Is this thing on? Seems to be working. To actually get the mic closer. Yes, hello. Oh, right.
Ray? Okay. We're the room host. We're going to introduce you. And what's your topic?
Sorry, what?
What's your topic?
It's about,
You can just say the name and whether you...
yeah. So it's about open source. So I would say like embedded security.
Let's talk about it.
My name might be like Reynaldo. Those just in case you're confused.
What did you say?
My name might be Reynaldo.
Reynaldo.
Yeah, just so so Ray is fine. But,
Ray.
If you got confused.
Ja, det var skrivet. Det är ju ingen introduktion, men inte den Ja. We've gotten virtually no information about what we're supposed to do here. So
It's no worries. I can just take over. That's
thank you, I appreciate that. But I guess, we're just gonna, because this is the first talk of the day, right? So I guess we're just gonna say like, good morning, and is this detecting, obfuscating, and blocking file as malware with 3-seater? No, you're not David McDonald.
I believe that's a Sky talk, a different track.
Yeah, okay, we got the wrong track then. But, okay. So sorry for this. Yeah, sorry. We're gonna have Sides to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then stop.
Okay.
And then really stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll sit in the back probably there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess we're just gonna say like welcome, I guess, and these talks are streamed.
Yeah.
So as a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silence.
Okay.
If that's fine.
Yeah.
And your name was Ray.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember the name of this room?
Florentine.
Like there were some signs on the outside. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Hi, everybody. Don't be shy. If you see a seat and you want to sit down, don't feel like you have to stand the whole time. So if you see a seat, you can come down. Everyone's nice. Everyone's happy.
Quick reminder, please don't tell me. Yeah. Is it okay if I start? Yeah. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Woo! Just a quick reminder, these talks are being live streamed, and as a courtesy to our speakers and the audience, we ask that you check to make sure that your phone is on silent. Are we guys ready for our first speaker? Woo! All right, please welcome our first speaker. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Ray. Hello, I'm Ray. How are you guys doing? Nice. Welcome to my talk. This is Hub Around and Find Out. We're going to get straight into it.
So, first of all, show of hands, who here in the audience has ever updated their USB dock? Well, that's not a lot. Who in the audience is learning for the first time that you could even update your USB dock? Yeah. Yeah, it turns out you can actually update the firmware on a surprising amount of hardware just lying around on your desk or just you have in general. For example, USB-C chargers, you can do that apparently. Power banks, keyboards, and even mice. An especially interesting one from a research perspective is USB docks. Because in the modern world, you can't really avoid using one. They're pretty much at the center of many laptop-powered workspaces. I'm like hunched over, because this microphone is like this. But a dock isn't a bunch of bundled adapters. At its core, it's a hub controller. Its job is to take that single USB connection from your laptop and split it into connections for several devices. And that hub controller is surrounded by other processors, memory, and the firmware that manages things like networking, displays, audio, and power. It's less of a cable splitter and more of a group of tiny specialized computers in a trench coat pretending to be a USB dock. Another good analogy for the USB hub controller is, think of it as a traffic cop for USB. But if we really want to understand the security risks behind these components, we first need to understand what a USB dock really is. Before I get into that, I should probably introduce myself. Hello, my name is Ray, as you know. I'm a security researcher based in Portland, Oregon. I'm currently working at Eclipsium. Shout out to them, they paid for literally everything. I work on a bunch of stuff like firmware security, hardware security. Some of you might recognize me from my Snitch Puck talk at DEF CON last year. So, yeah. Before we get into anything too deep, I want to set expectations on this talk. Firstly, this talk is intentionally absurd, like it's mostly silly. I wouldn't take most of it serious. A lot of this was just for the memes. But secondly, the talk is going to be a bit shorter than I wanted because I ran out of time and the general quality of this talk is going to be lower than I wanted it to be. But nonetheless, I hope you at least learned something new from this talk. So what is a USB dock? From the outside, it's actually pretty simple. You plug your dock into your computer. The dock then splits that connection in several ports. Then you plug devices into those ports, and the dock manages the routing. It's really handy if you don't have enough ports on your computer. As you've probably seen, some docks are purpose-built. Some have a lot of display ports, so you can have multiple displays set up. Some have card readers for SD card or micro SD cards. It's very useful in photography. And there are ones that have a lot of power output in case you have to charge a very beefy laptop. You get the idea. So we already know a dock is made out of several specialized controllers. Let's look at how they're connected. This is what a USB dock looks like when it's disassembled. This is a very simple example of one. This one in particular costs about $20 used. Zooming in, we can actually spot the hub controller, and it's the main chip we're going to focus on. This model in particular is the VL817. It's made by VIA Labs Inc. They're a Taiwanese fabless design chip design company. And they mainly make USB hubs, controllers, PD controllers. They are one of the top players in the USB hub industry. This model in particular is capable of 5 gigabit USB speeds with 4 max USB ports. Inside the controller is an 8051 microcontroller, and its job is basically to manage the hub's internal USB hardware. Over here we have the power delivery chip. You can see it sits near the USB-C cable, like right below it. It negotiates the power between your charger, the dock, and your laptop. It decides things like voltage, current, and which direction power should flow. Near the hub controller, we have the video controller. Its job is to basically manage and generate video signals over USB to the HDMI ports. Over here, we have the SD card reader. It's connected directly to the USB hub, and its job is basically to convert the SD card interface to USB. And finally, we have the Ethernet chip. Its job is to basically convert the Ethernet signal over to USB. The hub controller, like several other chips on this board, stores its firmware off an external storage chip. In this case, it was on the other side of the board. Dumping the firmware off these was one of the first things I did, alongside looking at how to actually update the firmware. And the way it works is actually pretty funny. For the docks I bought, the firmware updates were packaged in a zip file. There are a bunch of files in here, but the two mainly important ones are the firmware, the actual code that runs on these controllers, and the updaters that interface with the docks to push the firmware. I started by throwing the updater into Ghidra. It's a reverse engineering tool. With an AI MCP harness, you can reverse engineer a lot of stuff pretty quickly. I first traced where and how it updated the dock. Here's a very basic flow with pretty much the whole thing being over USB. This is funny. It first opens the controller's update interface. It does this by detecting what USB devices are connected to the host machine. And if they have a matching USB vendor and product ID, it just connects to it. These IDs are like unique 4-digit numbers issued by the USB implementer forums. They're used to like identify the model and maker of the USB device. It then checks if the controller is a locked variant. A locked variant basically has its update interface actually locked to where you can only read, but you can't write. It's really interesting. So to unlock it, you have to know a specific interface. Not interface, sorry. Handshake. However, looking at it in Ghidra, I found this handshake was not secure at all. And here's why. The updater first asks the controller for a challenge. The controller responds with a 16-bit number. It then does some math on that basically splits the 16 bits into two groups, then multiplies each group by its own static constant, and then adds them both together, and then adds an additional constant, and then it only keeps the bottom 16 bits. It does this 3 times, and then it stores the final answer. And then sends this back to the controller and checks if it was right, by sending a command and checking the response. If it's right, it then proceeds to write the firmware, and obviously, if it detects it's not a locked controller, it'll just continue to write the firmware like normal. So what does the actual firmware look like? The firmware is 8051 assembly. As I mentioned earlier, the hub has an 8050 microcontroller, which runs the firmware. For those who don't know what 8051 is, it's a very old classic chip architecture developed by Intel in the early 80s. The main reason it's still used today is because it's just a very simple and reliable architecture for tiny devices like these. The firmware itself starts with a simple 20-byte header, which looks like this. The header basically instructs the updater how to handle the file. The updater checks parts of it for those instructions. This is the magic signature. The updater checks for this number at the start of every provided firmware file. to check if it is actually compatible firmware. This is a product version tag. What I've noticed is that this value almost never changes across firmware. It's almost usually static. This number is interesting because it points to the exact start of the actual executable code on the SPI flash. This value tells the updater how long the firmware code region is. This value is similar to the other product version tag, with it mainly being the same and static across a lot of firmware images I inspected. And this is the CRC16 checksum. The hub checks this against the rest of the header, and if it's off, it'll either fall back on its default internal ROM or fall back to a different firmware bank within that same storage chip if it's configured to do so. So there's actually like an A-B layout where if B is corrupted or if the checksum doesn't check out, it'll fall back on A. So jumping to that actual address, we can actually see the 8051 assembly instructions in hex format. This opcode, this one in particular, is jump. And this is the address it's jumping to. This is just a single example from a very small snippet at the start of the code. The whole firmware region is about 30 kilobytes, I believe, on average. With how simple 8051 is and how undocumented this specific controller is, there actually isn't a lot of reverse engineering that could be done. A lot of my knowledge about this chip comes from just flashing firmware and just flipping the bits and seeing what happens. One thing I was able to do that was cool was change what constants it used for the challenge response unlock. So I could change what math it accepted as right from that challenge. So why is it important? It all being over USB means that we can do some pretty funny stuff and update these over Web USB. And Web USB, for those who don't know, is basically USB over a browser. One thing to note is that it's only available for Chrome and Chromium-based browsers. Firefox or Safari don't really support it. So we can push updates over a browser, but will the controller just accept firmware updates? Yes, it turns out yes. The VL817 in particular will just accept and run any firmware you give it, as long as the firmware is 8051 code and the headers pass and everything, and it passes the integrity check. A lot of other chips that VLab sells it's interesting because a lot of other chips have signature verification, but this chip in particular, this very common chip, does not have it. It is an outlier. So putting this all together, we can update it over Web USB, and the controller will happily accept and run that updated firmware. And I made a demo. It's not affiliated with anything, don't worry. But yeah. So this is meant to parody those like Web USB firmware updaters you like sometimes use for like your fancy laptop, not fancy laptop, keyboard, and random devices you have just lying around. As you can see, we have an option to update the firmware. Once we select and connect our dock, the page can communicate with the controller directly over Web USB. Clicking update, it initiates the firmware update process and shows. So important takeaways are these devices are a lot more complicated than most people think. I went into this not knowing much about how docks work, and I came out knowing even less. And unfortunately, this is a very common thing in security. It's called security through obscurity, where companies assume you won't actually look close enough to figure out how they actually implemented stuff. I was surprised when I learned Web USB could even do this. from a security perspective, it's a strange technology, like USB over a browser. It sounds like a terrible idea your friend has or something. A website being able to talk directly to hardware and update firmware feels like a very large amount of trust to place in a browser, especially nowadays. So yeah, that's basically it. Thanks a ton for my thanks a ton to my friends who like helped me getting this done, reviewing slides. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, another thing, AI is changing how we research, like for sure. It pains me to say it, but it is going to change how we do security research, especially in the low realm of technology. For one, it lets research progress so much quicker. Like for those who have to, who have manually reverse engineered a binary, you know how hard, time consuming it is. AI does it instantly compared to manual work. Research that would take literal months takes a fraction of that with LLMs. So with the massive data sets these are trained on, you no longer need to know esoteric 8051 assembly knowledge, reverse engineer 8051 firmware. You can just give it to Claude and it'll explain it to you as if you were a 5-year-old. Any questions? Yeah, that was it. Yes. It's a pairing process. So you basically have a list of devices, and then you select your device, and yeah, and it has access. Yeah, no, anyone with who can visit the website can do it. Yeah, it's pretty fucking ridiculous.
Hi, sorry, just want to say if you have a question, please talk to the microphone since it's live streamed. Another question in the audience? Yep.
Yeah. Any more questions? That's it.
Thanks. As you probably know, negotiating power delivery, actually shouldn't use that phrase, but negotiating the amount of current that a device can request over even the earliest versions of USB is a staged process.
Right.
35 milliamps, and may I please have more, may I please have more, and so on.
Yeah.
How actively involved is the hub in that? Is that all driven mostly from the OS side, or is the hub trying to,
It's pretty compartmentalized. It's where the hub mainly does USB stuff, and the power delivery chip stays in its own.
That's why I was saying I misspoke when I said power delivery. Prior to USB-C, even just USB-A, you know, that's negotiated. Is that something that you found as something you could interrupt, perhaps, from you were talking about what you could do with the exploit on the chip? Can you get in the middle of that?
So what I did not get a clean power disable.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like that. It's handled by a different chip.
Okay.
But I got to a point where I could disable, I think, all the ports. However, I could not recover. And I didn't really want to demo that because it's not really ransomware. It's just breaking a dock.
One more thing, somebody's going to power cycle and never think about again.
Yeah, it just e-waste at that point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you said this was a more silly example.
Yeah.
Does the hub have the ability to do things like inject devices or act as something like an OMG cable or rubber ducky? Could you essentially flash it to look like a normal hub, but then it can also do that?
This is the first thing I looked into when I was trying to do this, was that could you turn these into a bad USB like rubber ducky? It's complicated because what happens a lot of the time is that these hub controllers have HID. The problem is that they're fixed. There'll be multimedia buttons. There'll be pause, fast forward, pretty much only that stuff. And you can't really customize it in the firmware. It is all fixed in the silicon, and it's only configurable to be on or off in the firmware. So maybe, but I don't really know that much. Like I don't have that much. We did not get around to properly like reverse engineering it to that point. If we could just say clearly yes or no, so maybe, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Am I correct in thinking that, so the firmware updater updates the controller chip, that's what you were looking at?
Yes.
The other devices like the NIC and the video chip and the media reader, are those kind of updated directly by the updater to the device itself, just kind of over USB? Or is it?
Yeah, so what happens a lot of the time is that the hub controller just routes it.
Okay.
So it'll go through the hub controller. The hub controller can't really interact with the data inside. It just passes the packets over to those chips, and it'll update directly that way.
Okay.
And but yeah, that was one thing we were looking at. Like, you could break the display chip, and that would be inconvenient. But I don't think I don't think I really looked into it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
of course.
Questions?
Is that it? Okay.
Okay, let's give it up for Ray one more time, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you for coming to my horrible talk.
All right, welcome everybody. Are we ready for our next presentation? Woo! I just want to remind you that these talks are being recorded and streamed live. And as a courtesy to our speakers and the audience, we ask you to put your cell phones on silent. After the presentation, if you have a question, we will come around with microphones. So, please welcome the former Executive Director of Electronic Frontier Foundation, Cindy Cohen.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I am really excited to be here. So my name is Cindy Cohen. I was the Executive Director of the Electronic Frontier Foundation for the last 11 years, and I was the Legal Director for 15 years before that. So I go pretty deep with EFF. And I recently left EFF. I left in June. I stepped down. There's a wonderful new executive director named Nicole Ozer. The organization continues to rock, but I think a good organization needs to turn over its leadership periodically. But I told EFF when I was leaving, like, I will leave in June, but I'm got to go to the summer security conferences in August because I really wanted to talk to this community about some of the things that I've learned in the 26 years that I've been at EFF, some of which I put into a book that you might have heard of or heard. It's called Privacy's Defender, My 30-Year Fight Against Digital Surveillance. And I wrote this book for a couple of reasons. I wanted to gather some history. So how many people in this room were kind of around in the 1990s internet? Got a few. Excellent. The silver hairs like me. And so how many people were not? How many people don't remember a time when encryption was legal to publish in the United States? Yeah. So what I'm hoping to do is tell you some stories about the histories of hackers that some of you may have lived through, and if so, I hope this is fun. And some of you may not know about, and if so, I hope this is really helpful for you to think about where you sit in the world and the power that you have and can have to shape society and to shape other people's rights, because you have actually a lot of power. I tell 3 stories in this book, but today I want to focus on the first one. The fight to free up cryptography, because I think it has some ideas for hackers and technologies of all sorts that can help us push the world in the right direction, not only on privacy, but on other topics as well. And I really do want to be straight up here. I am trying to recruit you. I think that there is so much work to be done to help build a better internet than the one that most people are living with right now. And my goal is to try to get you to think a little bit about how you can participate or how you can help support people who you love or know to be involved in this fight. Why is it doing that? So I want to start with a little bit about privacy. Because I think of privacy a little differently than other people do. Lots of people think that privacy is like the Harry Potter cloak of invisibility that you throw over your head. Somehow this thing wants to connect to an Apple TV, and that's driving me crazy. I'm going to make Amy come up here and fix it. People think of privacy as this kind of secrecy thing that you put over your head when you're about to do something you don't want other people to know about. And of course, privacy can do that. It's not like it can't. But that's not why I think privacy is important. I think privacy is important because it serves as a check on power. It's a way for people with less power to have protection against people who have more power. And I think this works on multiple levels, right? It can work on a personal level. EFF works with people who are domestic violence victims, who need privacy. They need to be able to protect who they're talking to, information they're receiving, and where they're about to go from people often in their very own home and who may share access to their devices. Privacy in these situations is a matter of life and death. Increasingly, though, we're seeing that privacy is important for against corporate power. And the place where I'm seeing this most directly is now with all of the spying that all the companies are doing on people, we're starting to see the price that we pay for things based upon not the value of the good or not even how popular the good is, but decisions about you and whether your ability to pay. And there was a pretty recent story in the New York Times about people having house insurance, where people with the same house right next to each other in an area were paying vastly different health insurance on their house. Why? Because the insurance companies were making an assessment about how desperate people were and how close they were to the edge and charging them more for the insurance. Right? Sometimes you think if you're poor, you'll get charged less. I will tell you, that's not how capitalism thinks about poor people. They think about desperate people and charging them more. So we call that surveillance pricing. It's a version of surveillance pricing. There's an economist name for it, too, that I will think about. And then the third one, which is where I've spent a lot more of my time, which is I think privacy is a check on governmental power. It enables dissent. It enables the freedom to think for yourself and to share ideas and plans. And ultimately, if we don't have the ability to think for ourselves, we can't have a democracy where we decide who we vote for. And you know, this is built into our systems in some ways that I think people don't think about very much. It's built into the fact that we have a private ballot, right? You can't be coerced to vote for the person that the people in power want you to vote for. Why? Because you have privacy in that ballot moment. But it goes bigger than that as well. And so I think that privacy is really important, and the reason that I've worked so hard to make sure we have some in the digital world is because I think it's a way for less powerful people to have protection against more powerful people, and that fundamentally enables a democracy. So let's talk about freeing cryptography, which is the first of the stories I tell in my book. And then the case is called, the case that I talk about in the book, so I should be clear, the book is a memoir, and it tells the story of 3 big battles for privacy that I helped lead at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. The first one is freeing cryptography. The second one is to stop NSA spying, mass spying, and the third one is about something called national security levels. I'll talk a little bit about those, but because this one really involves the hacking community more directly, I want to talk more about cryptography right now. Let me tell you, in order to do this, I'm going to read you a couple of little sections from the book that'll help explain what was going on in the case that I took called Bernstein versus Department of Justice in the 1990s. And why it was so important to the world we live in today, not just for security, but for privacy as well, that we were able to free encryption. So I'm going to do a little how it started and how it ended kind of reading. And they're very short, don't worry. Cypherpunk dress-up day. As I rounded the corner from the elevator on the 19th floor of the Federal Building in San Francisco, I could see that the crew that gathered in front of Judge Marilyn Hall Patel's courtroom was definitely not your normal courthouse fare. Standing and even sitting on the majestic marble floors were well over 30 people, mostly pale white men in their 30s with longish, stringy hair. They were uniformly scruffy and awkwardly dressed in suits and ties. They all seemed to be in outfits that their mothers had picked out for them for a family wedding. Or maybe I was just projecting. I was 32 years old, worried about my hair, and wore a suit that my mother picked out for me from the Denver department store where she worked. Now, they may have been a motley bunch, but they warmed my heart. They were there to show support for me as I argued a case called Bernstein versus Department of Justice. It may not have looked like it, but it was obvious to me and that crew gathered on a cool San Francisco morning in September 1996 that what happened in that courtroom would be crucial to the future of the internet. How Judge Patel ruled would play a major role in determining whether people would have privacy online. I must have seemed a bit nervous because my co-counsel, Jim Wheaton, looked over at me. He touched my elbow and quietly said, "You're in your mother's arms." With that, I pulled open the heavy wooden doors. and walked into the courtroom. That's the courtroom. So why did I do a lawsuit to try to make sure that people had encryption? Well, let's start with what encryption has done for us on the internet, and then I will back you into the story a little bit. You know, an internet without this should be review for you people in this room, but sometimes I give a version of this talk to a bunch of lawyers and they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So let me review for you what an internet without encryption would be. First of all, there would be no way to organize securely, like we're seeing today with secure messaging and other tools that people are using to organize. If your phone was stolen or seized, your entire identity and communications would be compromised. Now, many of you know how to do that today, but believe me, it's harder than it would have been if we hadn't freed encryption. There's no way to ensure that you're getting information from who you think you are, whether that's your bank or someone you know sharing news, and you can't know for sure who you're communicating with. And of course, you'd be more vulnerable to regular fraud, and we probably wouldn't have any e-commerce. The internet could have remained a simple tool for hackers and a few academics. Now, some of you might think that was better than the world we have today, but I do not. So what was the problem? The problem was that the government classified encryption software as a munition. That the U.S. has a list called the U.S. munitions list of things that you cannot export from the United States unless you have a license. And that includes things like surface-to-air missiles and tanks. But on that list, when we started in the 1990s, was software with the capability of maintaining secrecy, right? So any software that had the capability, and there's some good reason for that historically. If you know your history, you know that breaking the Germans' Enigma code and the Japanese Purple Code is part of how we won the Allies won World War II. So there's a reason why the Defense Department thought of encryption as something for theirs, but we knew, and the founders of the EFF who brought me into this case knew, that unless we freed up encryption for all the rest of us, we wouldn't be able to have a secure or private internet. And this wasn't just a hypothetical. How many of you have ever heard of PGP? Hey, Phil will be happy. The creator of that software was actually investigated by the U.S. government and indicted, faced a criminal investigation for creating the code and making it available on the internet. So this wasn't just like a random thing out there. This was something that was actually being threatened. So what happened? A bunch of hackers, including the three founders of the Electronic Frontier Foundation, realized that unless we had access to strong encryption, we were not going to have a secure or private internet. And they recruited me, a young lawyer, to take on a case to try to free up encryption technology from these export regulations. But they didn't just recruit me. As I mentioned in the start, they showed up in the courtroom. They helped me find computer science professors and open source tool makers and privacy groups and civil society to all come together to make the case to the courts about why these encryption regulations violated the First Amendment. And they worked not only in front of their computer screens, but they would go to Congress and talk about security needs. They helped recruit industry to support this, and they worked hard in public to try to make sure that freeing encryption code was something that seemed obvious and clear, even to people who didn't understand how to write, didn't understand your Diffie-Hellman from your RSA, right? These are people and so I tell this story because I think it's important. I think sometimes people think, well, stay in my lane, I'll just code in order to support things. But that is not actually how the hackers of the 1990s thought about their role in trying to build about a better world. What happened? Well, we went in front of a very smart judge, and we won. We were able to get the court to understand that publishing computer code, including encryption code, was protected expression under the First Amendment, and that the government's licensing scheme under the U.S. munitions list violated the First Amendment. It didn't meet the strong standards that you need to in order to be able to stop people from publishing code. My client in this case, Dan Bernstein, was a math PhD student at Berkeley at the time. He'd written a little computer code. It's actually called Snuffle. And if you want to know the details of it, I can go into it. But basically, it turned a hash function into an encryptor with just a few lines of code. So it wasn't earth-shattering. It was meant to demonstrate that what the government was regulating and what the government wasn't regulating, it was not regulating hash functions, it was regulating encryption, didn't make any technical sense any more than it made sense for the privacy and security of the world. So he wanted to publish his code on the internet. He was told that if he did that, he would go to jail as an arms dealer under the U.S. munitions list. And we sued and got the regulations declared unconstitutional on the grounds that publishing computer code is speech under the First Amendment. So that's what we won in the case. And we won in the lower court, and then we won in the Ninth Circuit, and then the government asked for further review. But in the middle of the further review, I was called to Washington, D.C. So let me read to you how it ended. I'm going to reference a couple people here. One of them, his name is Tony Capolino. He was the Justice Department lawyer on the other side of the case from me the whole time. This is, the chapter is called The Princess of Light. The meeting was in one of those majestic DC buildings. I could smell the wood polish on the wainscoting. I always tense up when I'm stepping into the halls of power, and this one felt especially powerful. Portraits of generals and other senior military officials, mostly men, looked judgingly down on me from the walls on either side of the room. As always, the chairs were too big for me, just like the ones in the courthouse where this all began. While the setup was intimidating, the underlying truth was quite different. We'd come to negotiate the terms of the government's surrender. Part of me was elated at our victory. Another part of me was disbelieving, but it was true. Likely due to some combination of court rulings, the mounting congressional action, and Silicon Valley corporate pressure, the government had decided to give in. Once we had settled in and pulled out our notes and files, Tony, standing in the shadows, started the meeting. He took a breath, and we braced ourselves, but he didn't sound angry. He said, "I want to thank you for flying in from California to meet with us." His voice bemused and perhaps a little resigned. "I guess for our purposes today, I am the Prince of Darkness." I felt a smile kick at the side of my mouth, and without really thinking, I quipped, "I guess that makes me the Princess of Light." Then we began. Tony had sent me a proposed set of revised export regulations for review. They dropped the onerous and uncertain requirement of pre-publication review for open source and publicly available encryption software. That had been the basis for our procedural prior restraint claims in the case. The new regulations replaced the process with a simple requirement that someone exporting, that is, publishing such encryption code, merely send a link to or a copy of the code to the government at the time of publication. It was 95% of what we wanted. We had a few suggestions and objections. The meeting lasted about an hour. In the end, we didn't get much of our additional wish list, but we didn't really need to. The draft regulations were going to allow Dan Bernstein to publish his code, much more. The government was relinquishing nearly all of its grip on strong encryption and the science of cryptography. The benefits would reach Dan and other academics, of course, but would also reach deep into the public side of the internet, allowing companies and individuals to implement strong encryption into the tools and systems that the rest of us rely on. We had ensured that the tools that protect privacy and security online were legal, and that the science they came from could continue. That's how it ended. So, this is a great story. It has a nice narrative arc. We won. You guys all get to use encryption as a result, and we all have and the rest of us have security as a result. And I think it shows a few things that are really important for us today as we face, again, a hostile and sometimes clueless government about people's privacy and security. And while we won with one fell swoop, well, it was about 3 fell swoops, but in the litigation context, change doesn't usually happen all that directly. It's usually more like 1,000 tiny cuts rather than a dramatic courtroom victory. And in the other two stories I tell in the book, I talk more about that more usual line as opposed to the kind of swooping, soaring victory that we had in the cryptography case. The second, let's see, does this have it? The second set of stories, I'll hit on those briefly. In the NSA spyings, we chipped away. What are we doing here? Oh, yeah. The other two stories are about the NSA's mass spying and national security letters, two fights in the post 9/11 era that we did that have a different trajectory. The second set of stories are about the cases we brought against the NSA's mass spying, starting after the New York Times revealed in late 2005 that the government was spying on Americans on our home soil. The fight was pushed forward by two whistleblowers, one of which you've probably heard of and the other of which you probably have not. The first one was a whistleblower named Mark Klein, who literally knocked on our front door at the Electronic Frontier Foundation and gave us proof of the NSA's mass spying technologies in place in downtown San Francisco in 2006. This was the most cloak and dagger of the stories made possible by Mark's courage. And the second whistleblower, who shows up in 2013, you probably have heard of, a guy named Ed Snowden, who brought us overwhelming evidence that the mass spying not only existed, but was much, much broader than the early reports that had happened. Now, we fought the NSA spying all the way up to the US Supreme Court. We didn't win, but along the way, we chipped away a lot. Between the whistleblowers, the media, and the public pressure, we were able to secure some congressional reforms. We had pressure from the courts, and where there were administrative shifts, which meant that of the 3 spying programs that we sued over initially, all 3 of them have been dramatically changed. One has been stopped entirely, which was mass internet metadata collection. The other one has been scaled back to only include metadata and not include content. That's the tapping into the internet backbone. And the third one has been dramatically shifted, although still not enough, which is the mass telephone records collection program. I'm happy to talk a little more about those, but I can't do all of it in my little time here. The third one was about national security letters, which are secret demands that go to telephone companies and internet companies that demand information about their customers, but gag the companies from forever mentioning to anyone that these things have occurred. And we worked with 2 courageous companies to stand up against them. One of them, and we were unable to reveal who our clients were for 6 years. One of them was Credo Mobile, which is not Credo AI, different company, a telephone company based in San Francisco that has progressive values. And the other one was Cloudflare, who I suspect you're all familiar with. They both let us represent them in the fight to be able to tell the world that they had received these secret letters, and as a result were gagged for many years before we were finally able to get the government to back down on those cases. So much, much more is needed, but even if you have to go bit by bit, you still do step and see progress when you look back over time. So let's talk about you guys. Wow. I would say that they're spying on us, but you guys already know that, right? So let's talk about what lessons I have drawn from this work that I've done over the years for hackers, and I think of myself as hacker adjacent. What are the things that we said? Well, you specifically matter because in many ways you're often either the builders of technologies or the securers of technologies, or the people who help all the rest of us figure out that stuff isn't secure, which I think is part of the security story. So what are the kinds of things you can do? Well, you need to stand up for your users. You need to make sure that you're actually hacking all the things and making sure that we have the most secure stuff that we can. We all know that software is buggy and leaky and that the attackers always have the advantage. But we have made great strides as a community in being able to have conversations about security and being able to protect hackers. It's a lot of what EFF does. And also in terms of seeing those security problems turn into more secure products for the rest of it. And there's more as well, making things easy to use, defaulting to privacy protective architectures. There's many people here at this conference who can go deep on these, but these are things to keep in mind because I think you're more important than you might think in terms of making sure that everybody has the privacy and security they need. And that's not just because we worry about financial fraud, although we do. It's because we actually worry about democracy itself. Now, I know right now it can feel very dark. We've got surveillance into everything we use. We've got the government taking information that was collected for one purpose and using it for another in violation of people's expectations and, in my opinion, in the law in many cases. We've got, you know, not just digital security in terms of what people do online, but now with biometrics and facial recognition and everything, it's all leaked out into IRL. We've got courts who, in my case, and you know, in the 1990s, we had a judge who was willing to stand up against national security claims by the government, and that's become increasingly rare since 9/11. And other kinds of things that are coming up. Obviously, AI has big implications for all of this. So I think it's more important than ever that you feel empowered and you feel like it's important to stand up for all the values that the hackers of the 90s stood up for. So what did they do? Well, they showed up, they built tools, they published the research, they pushed for privacy, they understood that privacy requires both law and technology, and that work enabled the internet that we have today. You guys are inheriting this mantle, and I want you to take it seriously and thoughtfully, but also, of course, a little joyfully, because we got to have fun along the way, too. So, as I said, I'm trying to recruit you. Here are some ways that you can show up and help. Please be kind to yourselves. You came to hear me, so I suspect you already think this is important stuff to do. But there are things that you can do. I think the last one is as important as all the rest, which is the good guys throw better parties. And it's important that we're in this for the long run and that we have fun along the way. So that's slide forward to exit. All right, thank you. So that's my little presentation about the history. Wow, I ended up even faster than I thought. But I'm happy to answer questions. There's a couple of hands up, but yeah, it's okay.
Thanks. First of all, thank you for all the amazing work you've done and you do through EFF. I love you, your job.
Thank you.
Second, and probably you don't have an answer for this, but this is something I think we should be discussing as well. Nowadays, security is an industry, right? We get into security because we need to provide for our families and we need money.
Mm-hmm.
I was working for a big cloud provider that actually makes devices as well. I won't name it, but perhaps you know who I'm talking about. And I was doing security, and for my last year in that company, I was fighting with my security peers that deemed themselves hackers, believed in the 90s, in the manifesto and the privacy, freedom, whatever. But the thing is that it feels like a lost battle, because even if you are complaining and trying to fight features that are basically made and cater for surveillance, you have either the option of keep quiet and frustrated and keep your paycheck, or go do something else. I decided to go do something else. But my question is, that's my personal values, right? That doesn't apply to anyone because everyone has different necessities. So what's your advice or your message for people that is struggling between you need a job, but you also are playing the bad game in order to provide for your family? It's a difficult personal decision, but
yeah.
What have you to say about it?
Well, it is a difficult personal decision, and you know, I think there are a lot of. I think it's hard to give global advice about this because everybody has different situations. But I do think that if you're inside and you're able to make your voice heard, you can. I mean, Silicon Valley still competes for talent, right? They don't like to lose talented people. So there's some space to begin to push inside. But it may be that you have to leave and go to the companies that are actually standing up for your values. It's hard to give that kind of thing. I will tell you, here at B-Sides, at DEF CON, there are a lot of people who work for companies who show up at EFF and give us a little money, a little 13 pieces of silver, if you will. That's okay. That's good. We'll take it. We'll do good work with it. We have a professional staff, and we can do good things with it. But, I mean, I think everybody has to make their own decisions about this, and I don't know enough about your situation to know whether there was space inside the company to push more, or whether whether you're in a position to worry, to take the leap outside of an organization. I think it's a very personal decision. I have been lucky in my life that I have been able to have a job and keep my dogs fed in dog food while standing up for what's right. I think more people can do that than think that they can do it. I do think that schools and culture and society kind of point people towards the big tech giants as if that's the only space in this community. By coming to this conference, I hope you see, you're not at Black Hat, you're at B-Sides, right? There's a little more space. And there's a little more space, so look for that space and see if you can find a way to make your way over to it, because living your values is really important. It doesn't feed you every night. You still have to figure out how to feed yourself. But I'll tell you, there's no better feeling than getting up every day and feeling like you're doing the right thing every day. And that's worth something too. So I don't know, I know that's kind of anodyne and general, but I don't like giving, I just feel like everybody has to evaluate their situation. But I would argue that a lot of people who feel stuck might not be, because society wants you to feel stuck. You had a question too, right? Good.
Hi, I have another conundrum.
Good.
If I may. A lot of the politics behind some of the people that you were fighting in court comes from one aspect of the political spectrum, and I'm trying to encourage people to vote against those types of politicians and policies. But to do that, I have to find these people. I have to encourage them to register to vote. And that means that I kind of need that personal information about who they are, where they live, what magazines they subscribe to, all that personal data that we say shouldn't really be out there for everybody to consume and sell. And I struggle with this a little bit, but I'm curious to hear your take on how we try to make the world a better place when there are so many people that are apathetic, and we need a way to reach out to them and identify them and inform them.
I mean, look, I think that there are a couple different kinds of advertising. I don't really have a hard time with contextual advertising, right? If I'm on a search engine, I'm looking for shoes, and the ad comes up for shoes. Like, it can take the signal that I'm looking for shoes and give me ads based on it. That's very different than what we're seeing now, which is surveillance, which is 24/7 surveillance of people, and then putting it through a prediction engine to try to figure out how much they will pay for something or other things. I really don't think it's an on-off switch. Like, there's plenty, people knew what magazines people bought long before there was 24/7 surveillance of every single click, right? I'll take that world. So I guess I kind of fight your hypo that you need deep surveillance information to try to identify people to see if you can ask them to vote. People gather in all sorts of places. They often gather in places where they're not publicly identified. You don't need, there's plenty of ways that you can try to find people. And honestly, if they think that you're creepily following everything they do to try to approach them to do a thing, it's actually counterproductive, I think, in terms of building trust in a system. If you want people to give you your vote, you need to gain their trust. And I don't think you gain people's trust by surveilling them 360 in order to figure out where the two people are, the people don't vote. I think voter registration is really important. I just think there's so many other ways that you can do that are far more respectful of the people who you're trying to convince to do the thing you want them to do than tracking the hell out of them. Can you come?
All right, sorry.
That's
My bad.
okay, better.
I just had a
couldn't hear.
quick question from an organizational aspect. So obviously wherever you work, I've been told many times by IT, like no one has privacy at their job. Like you're monitored constantly, everything gets fed in. But I'm really pushing against that, and I think there should be privacy somewhere.
Yes.
But where would you start, like down that road?
I mean, look, EFF has done a lot of work, largely in California, but some nationally, working with some labor groups to try to do some limits. There are limits on, there ought to be limits, and I think there can be limits. You know, just because they have your work hours doesn't mean that they get everything that you do. I mean, you know, the start is for people is to actually develop a private life, right? Have accounts and systems and things that you use that are not at your workplace or you know, if you go to a workplace that aren't your work computer, right? So you know, you can air gap as part of it. But in terms of monitoring you and work, there are efforts in California for sure, and I think in several other things to try to get worker protections. I know this is something front and center for a lot of the unions. And they may not be, I mean, I know the tech, you know, you might not be in a union shop, but they still might have good information for you about how to make your voice heard in those conversations. So that's where I would start. If you want to, info@EFF.org, I think my colleagues can get you in touch with the legislative people at EFF. And again, I don't know if you're in California, but even if you're not, I think they know the right people to get you to begin to have this conversation. But I do think that's right. Like, you know, your employer has the right to make sure that you're doing your job, and maybe and do some things to maybe see if they can help you do your job more efficiently. But they really don't have, you know, like there really does need to be space for you to have a personal, private space even at work, and I think that the line has really been crossed, and it's been crossed by tech companies selling this shit to companies. Sorry, I'm a little profanity laden today. Is there one in the back? Yeah.
Hello, there we go. I'm wondering about your perspective on where this fight needs to evolve or how, in light of data brokers and AI and its use of this data.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things. It's definitely, you know, there's a few things that are happening right now that are important to keep an eye on. Ron Wyden has a Fourth Amendment is not for sale bill to try to make it so that data broker information can't be sold to the government as a runaround around the Fourth Amendment and other privacy rights. It's a really good thing to support. EFF definitely supports it. You know, we have long thought there needs to be a comprehensive privacy law. It's actually bipartisan interest in it. It's not you know, it doesn't fall in the standard political fights that seem intractable right now. Privacy actually polls well across the spectrum. But we need some bold, you know, we need to continue to push for it. We need to continue to build tools that do it. I mean, there's lots of, honestly, the problem, to me, the problem isn't hard to solve. The problem is finding the political will to solve it. Like, I'm a big fan of, you know, there's these old ideas, these fair information privacy, FIPS, fair information privacy practices, that basically say if you gather information for one purpose, you can't use it for another purpose without really clear consent, and a checkbox is not consent. I don't know if you get, I was on Jon Stewart a couple months ago, and I taught this to John, which was very fun. But like, I like that idea that if you collect it for one purpose, you can't use it for others without a very high bar. There's another kind of idea about data fiduciaries, that people who gather your data have to use it in ways that are consistent with your values. The same way if you tell your truth to your lawyer, they can't use it against you, they have to use it for you. Accountants work the same way. There's a lot of different ideas for how to do it. What we need to do is really make this a priority of lawmakers to turn it into things. And I think AI, you know, lots and lots of people are really nervous about AI, and I think this might be an opportunity to try to do better with the next gen. But it's going to take effort. Like, it's not magically going to happen. Like, I love telling the cryptography story, but it was kind of a simpler time then, right? We had courts that recognize privacy as an important value. If you read the decisions that we got in the Bernstein case, they talk about the need to reclaim our privacy, which isn't something you'd hear from the U.S. Supreme Court right now, right? So I think the other thing we have to do is we just have to shore up some institutions. I was just talking with a friend of mine about this today, is that like all the policy in the world needs to rest on top of systems that actually can enforce policy. And right now, those are under attack. So we may actually have to do a first fight to shore up our courts, to make our Congress actually have a, recognize itself as a third branch of government and do things that the executive doesn't like. And those kinds of things before, we can walk and chew bubblegum, we can push for all of them at the same time. And I often think a policy reason is a reason that you can push to shore up the institutions. But I think we have to do an all of the above kind of approach to these things.
Would you recommend that techies and hackers pursue law degrees?
I think if you should really, I'm happy to talk to you offline about this. I think that you should make sure you want to be a lawyer before you go to law school. It's a trade school. It's going to teach you how to use a set of skills to do certain things. And if you think tech pushes you into big tech, big bad tech, let me tell you, law pushes you into big bad law. So if that's, and I have won this argument with some people. I have convinced some people not to go to law school, and I have failed with some others. But go in thinking really clearly about what you want to do on the other side, and make sure that's something you're willing to, that you feel confident in, that you won't get thrown off by the, if you're a really good lawyer, you'll work for the, Paul Weiss or one of the big bad, firms or stuff like that, because they kind of play a little mind game on you and think that that's only what real law is, and it's not. But I think there is a great benefit to understanding how things work in both dimensions and being able to translate from one to the other. I'm not a technical person. I was an English major. I've just hung out with geeks my whole life. And I think that made me a pretty good translator to people in black robes about how technology works. And I think we need more of that. So there is my instinct is to say yes, we need more people with technical backgrounds to go to law school, but I have a lot of caveats around that to just make sure you don't get tossed and turned and end up at a patent firm somewhere not doing what you love.
Hello. I actually had a very similar kind of question along those lines. You said it's important to understand both law and technology, and I agree, and kind of share a similar dream of like quitting my job and pursuing a law degree, becoming a lawyer. Maybe that's a little extreme, but how do you suggest that those of us that are fluent in technology become minimally literate in law and maybe even a little further beyond?
Look, there's a lot of public interest technology training stuff happening now. There's like Tech Congress, which puts people into congressional offices and administrative offices. There are programs like, Princeton does a pretty good job at like kind of helping people who are interested in technology also understand policy. Berkeley, the iSchool at Berkeley does a pretty good job with technical people and having them understand policy and law. So there are some institutions that do that I would recommend. I'm happy to talk to you offline about that as well. There are more opportunities to do this than there was when I started at EFF. EFF hired the very first public interest technologist. His name was Seth Schoen, and it was because I got tired of calling computer science professors to explain stuff to me and decided we would have somebody on staff. But lots of organizations have them now. So watch EFF, but watch a lot of other organizations and see if there's a way that you can kind of start to bridge over that way. But there is a real need, especially in policy circles and legal nonprofits, for people who want to dig in. I will tell you, the one thing I will tell you is that a lot of the technical work that lawyers need is not interesting. Like, I must have had Seth Schoen write a declaration about what IP addresses were and were not a dozen times, no person who knows about tech thinks that's interesting to do. But it was really important. They were getting search warrants based on IP addresses and rating the wrong houses. I needed somebody who understood how this worked to tell judge after judge after judge after policymakers that an IP address is not an address for purposes of a search warrant, right? So just be comfortable. You've got to be comfortable with that it's actually probably boring tech, but somebody needs to do it in a way that is authoritatively and actually correct in order to help explain, in Seth's instance, to a federal judge, or actually several of them, And we were able to, we don't see search warrants issued with just an IP address anymore. Like that worked. It didn't work in like a clear victory like my Bernstein victory did, but over time we developed their skepticism of what the prosecutors were putting into their search warrants developed. Same thing happened with IMSI catchers, where we were able to, with amicus briefs and explaining over and over again, really get the judges to require them to get a warrant before they could get access to, they could put up an IMSI catcher and catch the cell phone stuff, right? So I think that's one thing that I will always tell techs is that what lawyers need is really boring kindergarten tech, but boy, do we need it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. In the back. So a woman in the back, or a person in the back.
Is this on?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing. So I was wondering, how have you seen privacy reforms propagate worldwide? And are there how have you seen privacy reforms propagating worldwide? Like when one country enacts a certain piece of legislation, et cetera, does that sort of tend to create a trend? And are there any particular countries or states or groups that lead the way at the moment?
Sadly, I think they almost lead the way in the wrong direction, right? Everybody's doing age gating now, which is a privacy nightmare, right? That requires everybody to provide proof of age or an estimate of proof of age for every person on the internet. And it is spreading like wildfire now. Thank you, Australia, for going first. But Australia and the Brits leading the way in the wrong direction. I think that the EU did with the GDPR, the General Data Privacy Regulations, did a pretty big step forward for consumer privacy. And it hasn't worked out as well as we'd like, but it really did up things a little bit when there was a race for the bottom. Now, we have to go next gen on that. And it did lead a lot of other countries to do something similar. The U.S., some states have done some things. California's done pretty good things, but not nationally yet on it. So I would say that's probably the high water mark. I mean, I have a very good friend who's a professor at in South Korea who will point out to me over and over again that South Korea protects metadata just like it protects content and requires a judicial warrant for it. So they win on that one, but I don't think it's a trend. I think it's a one thing that my friend Professor Park got done, which was great. But when it comes to consumer privacy, I think Europe is in the lead. When it comes to privacy against the government, I don't know that there is a leader right now. In many ways, the U.S. has more restrictive laws than the EU does, and certainly the countries of the EU on government access to data. So now there is a thing right now that is interesting where the Europeans were really wrote a pretty strong protection against Europeans' information being sent to the U.S. and then being able to use. There's a thing, Privacy Shield, I think is what it's called. So that's interesting because that's countries really thinking about sovereignty, that they don't want their information being shipped over to the U.S. where it gets processed and accessed by the U.S. government as part of the NSA's mass spying. So that's an interesting place where we're seeing some privacy protections. It'll be interesting to see, the deal that was inked during the Biden administration that was pretty lame. I think the Europeans are giving a second look to now that the government that's getting access to all that data is the Trump administration, not the Biden administration. So sadly, I wish there was I could be like, Iceland. Iceland's leading the way, but I don't have a good answer that way. No shade on Iceland.
Is it on?
Yes.
It's not a question, or maybe, are you aware of the Digital Bill of Rights out of Utah? Okay.
Vaguely.
Okay, so Utah passed a law unanimously. It mirrors the federal Bill of Rights, and it's called the Digital Bill of Rights. I'm not 100% fan of all of it, but it'd be a good thing, whatever state you live in, to look at it and see if there are parts of it you want to talk to your state legislators about. This
Great.
is legislation that passed unanimously in Utah, and it's pretty good. It's a start. If we don't say something to our legislators in our states, they're not going to do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a place where industry isn't, sometimes you can kind of, if you're interested in a policy debate, you can kind of draft behind industry, but industry is not going to they're not going to push for real regulation on privacy. We're going to have to do that without them. Yeah, I had heard a little bit about it, but I don't know the details well enough. EFF does, though. All right, we're coming to the end. We might have time for one more, I think.
Hello. I have a question about what is the opinion of the EFF about government agencies who basically use contractors, third-party companies to basically gather information for them when they themselves can't do it or are not allowed to do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Fourth Amendment is not for sale act that I mentioned before that Senator Wyden wrote that we endorsed. Like, I think your constitutional rights should protect you whenever the government wants information about you, whether they get it directly from you or they get it indirectly from the companies who collect it for you for the other purposes. And I think I am technically not at EFF anymore. I'm fairly confident that that is EFF's strong position and will remain so.
But the thing is that it's fairly hard to understand or pinpoint that this data is actually privacy or privacy related, because these third-party companies or brokers or contractors, they can mask all of the data that they gather and say it's for this and this purpose, which could be okay, but the actual use of this data is basically breaching privacy.
Is what? I'm sorry.
Breaching privacy.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, there's lots of laws that companies try to skirt around by hiding what they're doing. We have tools. Cops say, I'm sorry, you that's not medical marijuana. You don't have a, prescription, right? The idea that people might try to hide what they're doing when what they're doing is untoward is not new in the law or in law enforcement or in the way we think about laws. So we can do it, right? We know how to that we can trace it. We also just can ban it. You just ban it and say government can't get this information because this information is information that if they wanted to get directly, they would need a warrant. They can't get it. They just can't purchase it. And it's illegal if they do, and there's accountability if they do. I think that it's true that people will try to mask and hide what they're doing. I don't think it's a particularly harder problem than any other situations in which people are trying to skirt the law. You just need, the FTC has, before it got defanged, did a pretty good job of uncovering a lot of those kinds of things in the context of its limited jurisdiction about unfair business practices. So, all right, they're giving me the hook, so I think we'll end it. Thank you very much for letting me come talk to you. EFF has a booth out there. I will be out there quite a bit if you want to come find me, or they will know how to find me.
I think we should give it up one more time for Cindy Cohen people.
Greetings, everyone. Our next speaker is Mr. Aldo Salas. He's an application security lead with close to 2 decades of experience spanning code review, penetration testing, and cloud security, along with program management. He's currently leading Hyper's app security program, including Bug Bounty Ops, CNA, CVE disclosure, and Master certification. He's a speaker here at BSides, Las Vegas, and OWASP Global App Security. A former OWASP chapter leader with experience across financial, healthcare, media, entertainment, education, and IT sectors. Please welcome Mr. Aldo Salas.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No, that's better. All right, thank you. Thanks everyone for being here. My name is Aldo, as I've been introduced, and I want to thank everybody for being here. I know there was another talk about AI that sounded way better than mine, so thank you. I appreciate that you are here today. So I guess we can skip my bio, as we just covered that. But yeah, I am also now a speaker, it seems so. So when I was working on my deck, I asked AI what the AI thought this talk is going to be about, and this is what it came up with. Just, it's all over the place, it doesn't make sense, and it's just random stuff. And I figure some of you may be in that same boat, that you don't know what this talk is really about. So I wanted to address that at first. So what is this talk? We're going to be talking today about application security scans. So could you raise your hand if you think this is a security talk? Nobody? Oh, one. For you. OK, thank you. We are also going to be talking about continuous integration and continuous deployment. So is this a DevOps talk? Anybody? DevOps. Cool. And we're going to be talking about how we can use LLMs to fix things. So anybody here thinks this is an AI talk? I have a couple. Thank you. And also, we're going to be discussing how to fix flaky database tests. So is this a QA talk? Anybody here thinks this is a QA talk? No? Nobody? Perfect. And lastly, we're going to be talking about how we can bump vulnerable dependency libraries. So is this an engineering talk? Anybody? Cool. All right, so the answer to all of these questions is yes. This talk is about all of these things and probably more. So if you're familiar with any of these topics, I hope that you find this interesting. And let's dive in. I apologize in advance because I have a lot of content, so I'm going to be going a little bit fast so we can cover everything. OK, so how this started. So this started, I believe, at the end of last year, or last year when my CISO wanted to integrate all of the application security scans into our repo. We use GitLab. So GitLab already has all of these scans in place. They are really easy to configure. You can simply do ClickUps, so you can deploy all of these scans into your entire organization really quickly. And once that landed, I realized that our pipelines had a lot of issues. So we had a lot of flaky tests. If you're not familiar with flaky tests, that means that you have a job that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, and you don't really know why. And a lot of people simply click rerun, and they retry that job until it works. And that happens a lot of the times. And I also realized that we had a lot of CVEs, and people were just ignoring them. And for those reasons, I believe that this is an AppSec problem. So this is not just a development issue or a DevOps issue. This is also an AppSec problem because people are trained to ignore those signals. People are constantly being bombarded from those signals, so they simply ignore them. So once that landed, the company was getting ready into, we were integrating AI into everything, and the CTO wanted to integrate AI into something more. And this was the idea of having a merge review agent that was providing security feedback into all of the developers. So the way it worked is that we had a job into our CI. So whenever somebody wanted to merge new code, there was a Claude job that was reviewing the diff, and then it was providing security recommendations or security feedback into that new code. And the idea seems pretty simple. And once that landed, then there was an expansion. I was being asked to help creating more and more bots. But as you may remember, I am the AppSec guy, right? I am the application security lead. So why am I even doing this? Like, why am I doing this? This is not part of my job. Well, regardless, we're going to talk about that. But regardless, later, 3 new more bots came into existence. They don't have any names. They are not, obviously, they don't have any images. But there were 3 more bots. And I want to make a note here, and I want to mention that in our company, not humans and not bots, they are not allowed to simply commit code into the main branches. So I wanted to make that perfectly clear because this talk is not about bots just pushing code into production. That is not the case. In our company, all the code needs to be approved by a human in order to be merged. So I wanted to make that distinction. And yeah, let's talk about the first one. So as I was saying, this was a bot that was providing security recommendations to developers, and it was being injected using GitLab's pipeline execution policies. GitLab allows you to define policies that you can easily deploy into your entire organization or some groups, and it's really powerful because you define a job once, and then you can deploy it to everywhere that you want, and it's really simple. But this was initially using a lot of tokens. And when looking back, it was, I mean, right now it's obvious, but when this was being done initially, that wasn't obvious at that time, that you needed to be very specific about the things that you wanted to be alerted about. So, for instance, the security guidelines for a web application are completely different to the security guidelines for an iOS application and so on. So we needed to use specific guidelines for specific projects. And of course, we had to limit the amount of tokens and iterations that we wanted the bot to use. When you are using an AI-based, I'm sorry, I'm tripping. When you're using an API-based job, you need to define how many tokens and how many iterations you want the bot to use. So you need to limit it, because if you don't provide a limit, it's going to keep going, and it's going to spend tokens like crazy. So that was needed as well. And of course, you can add some cache handling, and you need to use very specific prompts. But again, this wasn't obvious at first. So you need to iterate a few times until you get the specific prompt that you need. And once that landed, we were moving on to another bot. This is the CVE fixing bot, and this is the one that I like the most because it's the concept is very simple, and the implementation is it was also very elegant, I think. So as you remember, we were using GitLab for analyzing the dependencies, and once that is done, you have access to all the CVEs that your projects have. And when a CVE is identified, this bot is proposing a fix, and it's using AI because sometimes it could be as simple as just changing the number in a dependency, and sometimes it could be more complex. So this is why we are leveraging Claude to do this. And the cool thing about this is that it's running a full integration test to see if something breaks, because when you are bumping dependencies, sometimes the code can break because of the version bump. So this bot is identifying if something breaks, and if it does break, it tries to fix it. So it pretty much self-heals. So that's something that is really good too. And this is one of the best bots that we have, and it's been running for half a year, and to this day, we don't have any known CVEs in our project because of that. So it's really, really simple and really effective. And you may be thinking that this sounds familiar because there is a project that already does this, that is the PandaBot, but this is specific to GitHub, and it doesn't self-heal. And the last one of these bots is one for the integration tests. The integration tests are some jobs that are run on every merge, and they make sure that the new code doesn't break something else. And this specific bot is monitoring those jobs to see if those tests broke. And if a flaky test is detected, it proposes a fix to fix that flaky test. In theory, that sounds pretty simple, but it's not as simple as it sounds. And again, it proposes an MR, and we had this running for a few months. And after that many months, nothing was detected. We realized that we don't really have any integration tests that are flaky. Most of the issues in the company are related to infrastructure issues, like timeouts or cache or 502s, things that are not really related to flakiness, that are just infrastructure issues. And then we're moving on to the bot that actually failed. So we had these 3 bots that were working, and now we have one that never did. This is very similar to the previous one. We in the company have our main project works with 2 different databases, and this is why we have tests for these jobs. So it is pretty much the same pattern. So it is monitoring the jobs, and whenever it determines that something failed, it tries to identify why that failed, and it proposes a fix. But why this bot failed? Like, it seems like the other ones were very good. They were pretty straightforward. So why this one in particular didn't work? Well, the main issue is that it doesn't have any memory. So every time you are running this job, you have to provide new context. So for this job, it doesn't know the reason why it failed, if it was because it simply didn't work or because it's flaky. Let me give you an example. So we have this pipeline that is running 10 times a day, and it worked 8 times, and then on the 9, it failed. Well, the bot doesn't know that it worked the previous 8 times. So to the job, it just simply looks that that job doesn't work and is trying to fix it. I'm sorry. So one of the other things that happened is that it tried to fix the test and not the cause. And let me give you an example. If you have a test that is expecting to get 1 row from the database, and that time it got 2 for some reason, the bot, what it tried to do was fix the test. So now it's expecting always 2 rows instead of 1, which was not, that was not expected. And the real causes, like database, like cache, pollution, or race conditions are usually not easy to identify for a bot. And of course, the API usage is expensive. So anybody here has seen any of these movies? Can you raise your hand? Oh, yeah, it was exactly like that. So every time this job was running, it didn't have any memory, so it couldn't realize that, this was a flaky test. It didn't know that it was working before and now it's not, so it was pretty much like that. So that led to the database test being wrong, but it wasn't wrong just sometimes. This bot was wrong all the time, like always, always. And I have a few examples here, but I realize they are not going to make sense to you because you don't have all the context like the bot. So I do want to share one. So there was one case where we have many test cases. And one time, 6 tests fail, and the bot, instead of trying to determine why they fail, the bot just decided to delete them. And I guess you could do that, right? So I mean, if you don't have any tests, you cannot have flaky tests. So that's one way to do it, right? But no, the actual fix was just 3 lines of code that the bot could never do. And I do have some examples of the EMRs, but again, they are not. I'm going to skip them here. So what changed? If that didn't work, what did actually work? Well, what actually worked, again, it might sound obvious now, but I mean, doing autonomous bots wasn't the best idea for flaky tests. So what actually worked was using Claude interactively in a session in order to determine why those jobs were failing. So this is what it looks like. So we left the detect process in place. That was working fine. And then we left the bot to propose fixes just to see what it would do. But the critical part here is that on the last step, that's when I started working interactively with Claude. So instead of relying on the bot to simply try to come up with a fix, I started providing more context and giving it more memory until a fix was done. And you may be thinking that this is possible to automate, and I also believe so. This process could be automated. I believe it's possible, yes. But you will need to provide a lot of context, and I want to talk about what that context is. For my use case, I had locally over 2,000 logs of all the pipelines that had failed in the previous year. And each one of those pipelines were about 4 or 5 megabytes of data. So can you imagine having to provide 2,000 logs every time that you wanted to use Claude? That would be a lot of context and a lot of tokens. Also, you would need to provide Claude with access to your server logs, which could be done. We use Datadog, so you could easily do this with an API key. And one of the most important things is that you would need to provide unlimited access to the source code. And when you're working with an API, we were talking about the limit. So every time Claude wants to read a new file, that's a new iteration. Every time it wants to check a log, that's a new iteration. And when you're working interactively, you pretty much don't have any limit unless you run out of tokens, which it could happen, but it's less likely. But when you're working with an API, that has to be very limited. And one more thing that you would need to do is, and this is one of the most important ones, is having a memory. Again, because you have to tell the LLM all the things that have worked and the ones that haven't worked. And what has been merged, what didn't work, maybe you have an architect reviewing the code and they say that wasn't a good idea, and all of that you need to provide it as context. And of course, you need extra budget because, again, the API usage is more expensive than your regular usage with workstations. And I have a few more examples that I'm just going to cover one. And this was very good because in addition to our flaky test, Claude found an issue in our production code. And this was in the signature and the cryptographic signatures. For one of our features, we interact with Windows, and the Windows workstations are the ones that are signing some challenges. And in production, that is not an issue because Windows always signs the code, and it has always the right format, and it has the right length. But we were mocking those signatures in those tests, and about 5% of the time, those signatures didn't have the right length, which made the test to fail. And that may not seem very high, but when you start adding all of these numbers up, it can lead to a high number of failure rate. And again, I have a few examples, but the slides are going to be available, so right now this doesn't matter. Right, so let's get some numbers. So this is what it looks like before I started looking into this. As you can see, we have a huge number of failures. At some point, we had almost 40% failure rate, and this was due to the flaky test. And after I was done with my initial work, as you can see, there was a lot of improvement. Of course, we still had some failures, but I mean, it looks much, much better. And of course, I had some numbers. So at the beginning of the year, we were above 40% on the failure rate, and this was from May. So in May, as you can see here, we were trending down and getting we were getting down to 0. So the numbers look very, very promising. So I estimated that if this trend kept going, by next year, we were going to be saving almost 2 months of runner time. So instead of having the runners just burning processing time and resources, we could use those runners for something else. So yeah, those were my projected numbers for next year. So is it over? So this trend, did it continue? That's my question. Anybody here thinks that continue? Do you think we are over? Well, that wasn't the case. I'm going to show you a really sad graph now because, of course, when I was working on the deck, I was getting new data, so I was hoping to get a very, very good data, and that wasn't the case. As you can see here, very, very sadly, the flaky tests are back, and the rerun is happening, and it's worse than ever, pretty much. And this is expected because the teams are working on new code, and that new code is, of course, breaking the tests. So yeah, this is probably a good time to retract my projection numbers because at this point they are not going to be happening. So instead of 2 months, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to be saving. Probably we're not going to save anything at all until somebody else or me takes another look and tries to get those numbers down again. So now I have a few takeaways for this. First of all, I do see this as technical debt, or rather orphan debt, because we don't have a ticket. We don't have an owner. So these tests, they just keep happening. You know, people just keep rerunning the jobs. They just keep retry again until it works. So it doesn't get a sign, it doesn't get a ticket, it doesn't get an owner, and nobody fixes it. This, of course, is a hidden cost because nobody is actually analyzing how much money and time we are wasting on this wasted time from the runners. And every time you click run again, you are pretty much stealing time from somebody else because you are waiting, or that person is waiting for your job to complete. And this may be even an invisible issue because leadership doesn't know that this is an issue because it eventually works. You keep hit the retry button and eventually works, so it's not actually a problem. And again, this is a reminder that this is a security issue too because people get used to ignoring the signals. And as promised, I am giving you a small Python script so you can actually find your flaky test or actually your rerun rate. So if you see a lot of jobs that are failing, that is a very high indication that that you're having this issue. And I promise you, no, this is not phishing, I promise you. And this is not malware either. I'm not gonna try to steal your Bitcoins either. So, if you take a look at the graph where the flaky tests are back, I asked myself, was it worth it? And I would say yes, this was 100% worth it. It was a great learning experience for me. I learned about a lot more that I wanted about AI, about CI/CD, and most importantly, I think I gave something back to the company because sometimes security teams are seen as people who just create tickets that are roadblocks. And just looking back at the CVE fixing bot and a lot of the bots that are working, I am contributing back to the company. And if I can give you some advice, it's just go ahead and fix something that you don't officially own or something that nobody owns. Now more than ever, you had access to LLMs, and the technical limitations that existed in the past now are trivial. So yeah, go ahead and fix something that nobody owns. And yeah, just like Homer Simpson, I am very confused now because I don't know if this is a happy ending or a sad ending. And as Marx would say, well, this is an ending and that is enough. Thank you for being here. I believe we have time for questions, so if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. All right, well, thank you.
Any questions? Anybody? As Mr. Salas said, we have about 10 minutes for questions.
All right. Sure.
Have you thought about having it create architectural diagrams and other things for your teams in pipeline?
Could you repeat that?
Have you thought about having it create architectural diagrams, like flow diagrams of what each person's code does, like in the project, in CI/CD, like as a bot?
Oh, as a bot. We use them. Well, yeah, that's something that we do, but not as part of what I've been like. The company is actually doing that, so we are moving a lot to the AI power SDLC. So we are doing that, yes. So we are creating FSD's functional spec diagrams and feature documents as well. So yeah, we are doing that. Yes, thank you.
Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Thanks for your time, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you. Yeah, but they don't. I didn't measure that. I mean, usually it was one of those things that people kept ignoring, and nobody fixed them. So yeah.
You see that when people see, press the snooze button.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna set up first. If I can questions.
500 slides.
Greetings, everyone. This presentation outlines the setup and architecture for post-quantum cryptography in a test lab environment. This next presenter has a great deal of experience in that subject. Please welcome Mr. Jim Ringgold.
Well, thank you all for joining me today. I did not expect this many people who are interested in PKI. It's kind of one of those things that if you did it in the, you got the mic closer? If you did PKI in the 90s and 2000s, you were hoped to retire before you had to do this again. I was one of those, so PKI is something I play with. I don't do that every day, but I am involved with some of our post-quantum stuff. We're going to talk today about building a post-quantum PKI lab, and I want to verify, or I want to start with this is definitely a test environment, right? Something that you can use for learning. Don't deploy this in production in any way at this point in time. We're not quite there yet as much as we want it to be. I've split this section into two different parts. One, the first half will focus on Windows and Active Directory certificate services, and the second pieces will focus on Linux. You can actually deploy certificate services using post-quantum algorithms and libraries where you have to compile the libraries yourself and issue certificates using MLDSA and MLChem so that you can actually do post-quantum Linux certificate authorities as well. At the end, I have a GitHub repository that will that contains all the scripts that I've used for deploying. I work for Microsoft, so deploying in Hyper-V or Azure, or you can run through the manual instructions. I am working on a Proxmox or a VirtualBox deployment, but I just didn't have enough time to put all four of those platforms together for the scripts. I'm not going to talk about like the actual post-quantum problem, right? Everyone should be familiar, I hope, with harvest now, decrypt later, and the coming Y2Q, right? Year to quantum, which we're kind of talking about, you know, the day that quantum computers are cryptographically relevant. I'm going to stay out of that and really talk about the practical pieces, right? Like, what are the things that you can do today to start to plan and prepare? And then hopefully we'll be able to start that journey earlier, because we've got about 4 years until the experts are predicting that we'll have to actually do this in real life. Unfortunately for me, but fortunately for all of you, on July 14th, Microsoft issued an update to Windows, and MLChem should be encapsulated in the S channel, which is Microsoft's secure channel provider, cryptographic provider that allows you to do TLS. I say unfortunately for me because I spent the last 48 hours trying to get that to work for this presentation. It was kind of interesting, and some of it works. I got it to work once. I don't know that I can get it to replicate it, so we'll have to try again and make sure. At the end, I hope you'll have the architecture to be able to put together those pieces and parts so that we can really talk about it. Quick algorithm primer. You know, a lot of people mix up the two algorithms, right? MLChem and MLDSA. NIST has ratified the standards FIPS 203 and FIPS 204. MLChem is FIPS 204. That is the module lattice based key encapsulation mechanism. And DSA is the digital signature algorithm. They are two separate pieces. They come together to allow you to do PKI and allow you to do encrypted TLS. DSA is the one that signs certificates, so that's the important one for a PKI. Chem, key encapsulation algorithm, is what will replace Diffie-Hellman and RSA key exchanges, and that's the one that lets you do TLS. DSA is FIPS 204, formerly dilithium. You can do keys that are 65 or MLDSA 65 and MLDSA 87. MLChem is formerly Kyber, and that's the encapsulation mechanism that allows you to do TLS. Currently in the implementation, it does not allow you to do hybrid, so classic encryption plus quantum safe cryptography. That is coming, but that's still not available right yet. Okay, I want to set the stage for the Windows side. So originally this talk was focused on Windows 2000 or Windows vNext, or the Canary builds and pre-release software. I had a PKI fully up and operational and running using those pieces, and then July 14th, Microsoft said, hey, we're going to incorporate this in production code, and I went, hey, let's try that, 2 weeks before presentation. It was great. And so the CA, the way I forked it is there's two separate paths in the Microsoft pieces, one for vNext, pre-production, and one for production. The production one is still a little wonky, but we're working on that. In my day-to-day role, I don't play with this, so this is a hobby. This is me being a nerd, if you will. The Active Directory, or the pieces we'll touch here, Active Directory Certificate Services, MLDSA, MLChem, TLS. We did pull in, or I did throw in an IIS web server and a Windows 11 host just to go end-to-end. And so some known limitations, right? I want to be honest about what the platform can and cannot do. The expectations here is that this is pre-production. This isn't stuff that you're going to deploy in production and you're going to run a new PKI. I am recommending for people that I talk to that you set this up in a lab, and when you plan your migration, you plan a migration to a new PKI environment. Don't try to upgrade and do things with your existing PKI environment. First off, your root CAs don't take algorithm changes, so you have to set up a new root CA anyway. Second is you want to have your production PKI working when you're testing your new PKI. So even when you're thinking about planning production, you want to, you're like, this is a PKI migration. And this is stuff we've done before, right? I mean, we did it when we moved from previous versions and previous algorithms from DES to triple DES to RSA to Diffie-Hellman. Like, we've done this process before. We've put up multiple PKIs. So if you're familiar with PKI, this will be similar to that. You just have to use different algorithms, and you have to enable some things a little bit differently. So the lab we're building, this is the architecture that I put in place. I put in a domain, a Windows domain for the Windows side, simply because it made distributing the certificates easier, and it made auto-enrollment easier. I didn't have to establish the certificate chain of trust, and I didn't have to deploy those root certificates to every single domain or every single machine in the domain. And so, in a real deployment, the recommendation is you stand up your root CA, you issue the certificates. Once you stand up your intermediate CA, you issue that certificate, and then you turn your root CA off. Practice makes perfect, so in this architecture, I'm recommending the same thing, right? Like, build a root CA next to the domain controller, issue the certificate once you have the intermediate CA up and running, and then just turn it off, right? Turn off the root CA in your environment. That way, when you're playing with it and testing it, you're actually testing stuff that you're going to use in the future eventually. The flow is pretty straightforward, right? The root certificate signs the sub-CA intermediate certificate. The issuing certificate, right, then issues the TLS certificates. And then the client should be able to negotiate through key encapsulation mechanisms, that TLS 1.3 connection. The issue here is that it has to run on currently patched or preview versions of Windows for any of this to work. You won't get the MLChem, the TLS pieces to function without July 14th, 2026 updates to Windows 25H2 or 26H1, which 26H1 is preview still. So you do have to have those pieces. Honestly, my recommendation after playing with it for the last 2 weeks is if you're going to put up a test environment, use vNext, use the Canary builds or something like that. It went a little smoother than it did the production generally available code. The authentication in this environment is MLDSA 65, which is FIPS 204. Key exchange is X25519 using MLChem 768, which is FIPS 203. And then the protocol is TLS 1.3. You cannot do post-quantum cryptography on TLS 1.2, so that is something that you will have to make sure you're ready for. TLS 1.3 will fundamentally change some of the things we all love as a security professional, like break and inspect at the network layer. So be prepared that when you're testing this, some of those pieces might not work the way you want them to. Actually, they shouldn't work at all if they're actually following implementations. The other piece of this is if you're doing things like web application firewall or any of those pieces that aren't ready to do TLS 1.3 and also don't have post-quantum algorithms, none of that's going to work either. So your web application firewalls or your crypto accelerators, right? Those pieces, your key, what are they called? HSMs, your hardware security modules, right? If you don't have those ready to do post-quantum keys, none of that's going to work either. So we're still very much in a test environment. You can do this in a smaller number of VMs. I did this because I wanted it to mirror what a production deployment would work, and cost wasn't a problem for me. You know, when you get into the actual piece, if you set this up in an Azure environment, you're going to burn about $500 a month. If you set it up in a Hyper-V environment, you're going to spend $0, and that's why I want to port it to Proxmox and to VirtualBox. Not there yet. There is, in the GitHub repo, a bunch of scripts that you can run and kind of follow through manually, and that's, like, if you want to use one of those other hypervisors, that's where I would recommend. S-channel. I want to iterate what S-channel is. S-channel is a secure channel. It's the security support provider for Windows, and that is what implements TLS. Up until July 14th, that did not support the key encapsulation method. So that was an update at KB. If your Windows build doesn't match the right version, none of this will work. So I've broken the next pieces of this down into just like picking your build and layout, right? You have two paths, and I've set those out. You can do the GA, or you can do the vNext server insider preview. Again, all of the devices have to be on the same build level or higher, otherwise it doesn't work. If you use the pre-release software, Canary builds and things like that, insider previews, you don't have to worry about patches because those are pre-production, and that's the ones that continuously get updates. The later revisions should contain all of the current pieces and make it easier for you. Phase 2, right, we implement Active Directory. If you're running a standalone CA, you don't want to do the deployment, or you want to do the deployment of the certificates manually, you can skip this piece of it. But there's 4 real reasons to do an enterprise CA. One is auto-enrollment, right? Computers and users will get certificates automatically if you set up group policy, and you don't have to do manual stuff. 2, you can use certificate templates. And certificate templates are a big deal because most people, or most implementations struggled with this when you did your first PKI implementation. Oh, I'll just click through the wizard and I'll issue some certificates. and then nothing works, and you're like, oh, what happened? And then you go learn about what a certificate template does. Certificate template is, right, it tells the computer how to issue your certificates, and if you set up those templates correctly, this all goes a lot better. The third one is certificate revocation list. You'll have to have an online certificate revocation list and manage that with Active Directory. Active Directory manages it for you, so Active Directory Certificate Services pulls that together. And then the fourth one, which I find the most interesting, is trust propagation. Once my Active Directory certificate server is in Active Directory, then all the machines automatically trust it, right, inherently. I don't have to go machine to machine to deploy that root certificate authority, so I don't have to copy files over and over again to different deployments. Again, the reason I set this up was so that you could test it in a real scenario and not just do it in a vacuum. And that's right, practice makes perfect is my methodology here. The more you do it in the real way, the more you do it the way that you'll do it in real life, the easier it becomes. Phase 3 is the root certificate authority, and this is where post-quantum cryptography finally shows up. The key here is in the parameter set table. MLDSA is what we use for the signature algorithm, and for the root CA, we want to use the highest level possible. In production, I believe we set that right for like a 20-year life or things like that in the past. In my lab, I was like 8. 8 sounds good, so I set it up for 20 or 10 sounded good. I figured it's a lab, I'm not going to use it for that long. When we look at the installation for the PKI, you want to make sure that you're setting up the right pieces. And so I did a key length of 2376, which is the key length of 2,592 bytes times 8, so the largest key you can make. MLDSA is interesting because it does internal hashing, so you don't have to specify a hash algorithm. In the past, you'd have to specify SHA either 1 or 256 or whatever. DSA takes care of that for us, so we don't have to. And then when you have that in place, you can then utilize cert utility to really look at that certificate and make sure everything's in place before you move on to the next step of issuing that subordinate certificate. For me, I always think, hey, best practice, let's make sure that we take this offline after we issue that certificate and make sure everything still works even with this certificate offline. If something doesn't work, you can always power that back on and issue a new certificate and try it again, but at least you're testing what's going to happen in real life. Phase 4, we do the issuing CA, and this is the one that does most of the work. This one, when you domain join it, this is what will actually then do all of the pieces for you, like certificate revocation, issuing certificates, certificate templates. So we install that piece of it, create a request file, submit it to the root CA, and ultimately go back to the root CA and publish that certificate, accept and publish that certificate. And then ultimately we get to a point where we have a certificate server that is signed with MLDSA, and we can now start to issue certificates to TLS servers. Phase 5, we talked about certificate templates a little bit. This is the piece that most people mess up, and I messed it up doing this lab about 6 times, where I had to issue a new template. No, that one's not quite right. This one's not right. And so you have to really understand what capabilities and pieces are in it. You want to make sure that under request handling, that you're using the right signatures, and MLDSA is the signing algorithm. If you skip that one, the whole environment fails. So it's kind of critical. You want to also go in and change the cryptography provider. You want to make sure that you're using MLDSA, because if you don't, it's going to default back to using standard cryptography. So it won't use the post-quantum cryptography. When I look at extensions, application policies, make sure you're doing server only. If you add EFS or secure email, it just doesn't work. I haven't tested through what exactly is failing. but it doesn't work very well. And ultimately, you have to grant and role permissions to the web server computer account. Otherwise, the template won't actually issue certificates. So there's a lot of pieces in setting up that certificate authority or that certificate template that if you're not familiar with PKI, you'll want to just kind of slowly walk through what that is. Finally, phase 6, right, we actually enroll the TLS certificate on the web server. We have to obviously install IIS first and then put everything in the computer store, not the user store. Everything in the user store is only bound to one user versus the computer. There are two ways really to do it. The first one is use the GUI, right? There's a Microsoft admin framework, certlm.msc, and you can go in and request a new certificate that way. The second is scripted, and so if you want to do repeated, you can have a request file, and that's what I put here is I kind of, like here's what the request file looks like. And then you can walk through that piece of it as a template, and then move forward, submitting that to ultimately the using the cert request commands at the bottom here, or new, submit, and accept. Phase 7 is where we actually start getting into encapsulation. And this is the key exchange piece of post-quantum TLS. The groups that MLChem works, the encapsulation groups, are disabled by default, and you have to manually go in and either change them by PowerShell, by group policy, or command line to enable the key encapsulation groups. There's, X25519 MLChem 768 is the recommended one. There are other groups that are available in S channel. I'm a fan of simple, so I only picked the first one. But there will be other encryption algorithms and other methods coming along. The challenge here is we'll have to do this more than once. We don't think that these, right, FIPS 203 and 204 are the last algorithms that will be post-quantum. We think there will be more, just as quantum computers accelerate. So it might be fun, to maybe understand how to do this more than once, so that you can change that. And then once you get the certificate and those pieces in place, the handshake that will happen in TLS is just like any other handshake, right? The client offers the server, or the server offers the client the algorithm. It says, hey, I want to use 255 MLChem 768. The server then selects it and sends the DSA certificate down to the client, and then they can exchange secrets across an encrypted channel, and then ultimately have an actual TLS connection. And all of that, theoretically, if the certificates are set up correctly and the PKI is trusted, will happen behind the scenes. You'll just click on the website, and it'll show up as TLS and magic. At least it felt like it when it worked the first time. The 14 times before that where it didn't work, it didn't feel so magical. Phase 8, trust distribution. This is where you take that root CA and you push it out to your clients. The easiest way is domain joined. If you're not doing that, you then have to export the certificate with cert util and then import it on every client. The challenge here is browser support. So Google will tell you and Firefox will tell you that they support post-quantum algorithms. They support their implementations. They're not using the S-channel pieces underneath the operating system. They're using their own browser-based. So it might work in a few circumstances, but it might not work also. So my recommendation, if you're doing a Windows lab, use Edge. I know nobody likes Edge, but use Edge for that piece to make sure it works. And then as cross-platform support is available, hopefully those things will be negotiated. In my experience, right, because Edge is a Chromium-based browser, it's close. There are some things that were a little finicky. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. And the reason for that is Chrome uses boring SSL, Firefox uses NSS, so they're not using the operating system level encryption algorithms and key exchange algorithms. And then phase 9, right, is proving it works. You fire up your client, you connect to the web server, and you say, hey, yep, I have a green padlock. And then you can click on it, and you can look to see what certificate algorithms that worked, that used. Additionally, you can use TCP client and SSL stream on PowerShell to look at the protocol, key exchange algorithms, and ciphers, and that'll be your first smoke test. Also, you can, if you Wireshark the connection either from the client server or something in the middle, you'll see the client hello in that encapsulation, and you'll be able to see that it's using a post-quantum cryptography key exchange algorithm. Client-side verification, this is where, again, as of July 14th, there was an update. Windows 11 should support this. You have to still go in either through group policy or PowerShell and enable the MLChem groups. And that should allow you to browse then from those clients to the servers that are encrypted. There are even publicly available tests where you can go out and test, hey, am I doing post-quantum cryptography over the public internet? And those should all work at that point as well. When you're done, right, you should end up with a 3-tier chain. You've got a root certificate, an intermediary certificate, and a web server. You have a client that then can communicate using PQC. You know, from a practicality, right, you have mitigated harvest now, decrypt later attacks in this scenario between this client and this server. And theoretically, you know, somebody who is recording the traffic wouldn't be able to decrypt it even in the future with a quantum computer. The next path, I'm going to switch to Linux, and Linux is a little more finicky because you actually have to download the source code from GitHub, either through LibOQS or through SymCrypt, and you will have to compile your own cryptographic libraries from those binaries and libraries from those repositories. I have found that the dependency tree changes more frequently than I would like. And even just this weekend, I found dependencies that weren't in SymCrypt 2 weeks ago are now required, and so I had to change some of those pieces. The good news is, like, the OpenSSL commands to set up that Linux piece are the same regardless of which library you use. And it's really just a matter of picking which library you want to use. This is where, again, we're going to set up a 3-tier architecture, right? I'm a big fan of, hey, right, do it the way you would in production, and then you won't have so many hiccups. You'll have the hiccups in a test environment. So root CA is still MLDSA 87 self-side, air-gapped, right? Set up this thing, issue the certificate, turn it off, make sure that the intermediary certificate works. That's MLDSA 65. And then server certificate, also MLDSA 65. You can pick like how long you want your server certificate's lifetime, right? I did 825 days in this lab, just an arbitrary number. I don't know what I picked that. I just typed in 825. Like, there was no rhyme or reason for it, but, and then in this one, you'll have to, you know, Apache with mod SSL will terminate that connection with TLS 1.3. And then you have to pick just LibOQS, which is the open quantum safe library, or SymCrypt. And again, part 0 is sysprep. You want to make sure that you've got everything. Hopefully that part is boring, right? I install all the dependencies, I patch everything, I get to a certain place. I take my snapshot of that system so that when I mess it up in the future, I can just go back to that, right? Copy the VMDX or copy the VHD file. You have to use OpenSSL3. It's non-negotiable. It's the provider architecture that is depending, or that is only exists. There's a provider architecture that we are dependent upon that only exists in OpenSSL3 for both LibOQS and SymCrypt. I always start with creating my directory structure for the PQCCA, and then I snap my snapshot to make sure that I can go back to that state. Ultimately, we repeat that for the intermediary, and then make sure that we have the right pieces. You have to, for the CA database, this one is important, you have to index the serial number and the CRL number before you start installing certificate authority components. If you don't, it'll just fail. There's no way to go back. You just go back to your snapshot, start over, touch those files, seed it with a 1000 serial number, and then move on. Option A, LibOQS. So LibOQS is the open quantum provider. It's an industry standard or industry consortium provider. It wraps LibOQS, and so post-quantum algorithms will natively be available to OpenSSL and anything linked to OpenSSL 3, including Apache. You get MLChem and MLDSA under the covers, and you also get SLH DSA, which is FIPS 205, which is an algorithm alternative to FIPS to MLDSA, and that's just competing standards. So the build here is 2 steps, right? Clone and build LibOQS, right? Use CMake and Ninja, install LDconfig, and those pieces are the same regardless of if you're using OQS or if you're using Symcrypt. Ultimately, we get to generating certificate keys, and this is similar to what we did in Windows. It's just you're at a command line or running a script. You're looking at understanding, again, certificate authorities are the same. It's encryption algorithm, key size, root certificate, uses, and then ultimately, right, you cascade that down the list based on those. These are pretty ordinary commands. Anyone that's doing PKI on Linux, like it's the same thing. We're just changing algorithms and changing encryption providers. So it's not a huge revolution. It's an evolutionary step. It's not a big change. You'll see that the post-quantum algorithms names are changed. Other than that, rather than ECDH, you'll see MLChem, or you'll see X25519, MLChem 768. Option B is Symcrypt. Now, a lot of question, like it's the same process, exactly the same. You just download Symcrypt from the Microsoft GitHub library. You run the same, right, make, right, CMake, commands, configure, and then all of the steps after that are the same, right? A certificate is a certificate is a certificate, regardless of which algorithm and which crypto library you're using. So on that piece, you just, right, pop forward, and it'll be the same. I do talk a little bit about, or I do have a few things in the lab where you can build your libraries to have just an environment variable, and you can actually switch back and forth between LibOQS and Symcrypt. And so in the lab and in the scripts, I've written those pieces into the script. So it's a simple configuration file change, and you can go back and forth. There's, other than that, like they're still using the same, or they're still using a cryptographic provider that has MLDSA 87 and MLDSA 65. All of their certificate template pieces are the same. It's just a matter of where that cryptography comes from. When you're doing Apache, it's a little bit different. Like you have to have the certificates from each side to switch back and forth in your Apache config. And so you have to be able to ensure that you're going back and forth, and that the private keys are available to Apache so that you can actually decrypt and do that key encapsulation mechanism. You have to inject the provider, and then you need to understand where those pieces are in place. One pointing to either, so if you are switching back and forth, you'll get mismatches and you won't get Apache to start. And that's where it gets a little difficult to troubleshoot. This one, over the weekend, I went back and forth, and ultimately I ended up setting up 2 separate servers for PKI, 2 separate, one for LibOQS and one for Symcrypt, and that way I knew one was one and the other was the other. Trust on Linux is a little bit different, right? It's harder than the Windows lab because you don't have Active Directory to push the trust chain down. You actually have to copy that that root CA into the trusted certificate authority on Linux. You can do that for Windows as well. So if you want Windows to trust your Linux PKI, that's certainly a possibility as well. You just have to push that root certificate into a Windows piece. Mac OS, again, you have to push that certificate into the system root or system keychain. And you only need to distribute that root certificate's public key. You don't have to distribute intermediaries and things like that. All of that trust comes from that root, so you're only publishing the top level. Certificate revocation is the last piece of it, and that's the hardest part. Like, you have to, if you're going to do a revocation, you have to have a CRL, a certificate revocation list, and you have to have it published and available to the clients. You can run OpenSSL with the revoke flag against the certificate to revoke it, and then you publish it by dropping that into the CRL and the Apache servers, and that process is manual. So this is where, like a Windows PKI, you publish the CRL in Active Directory, right, and every computer goes and checks it when they look. In a Linux environment, you have to push that CRL down to those other clients. So trying to pick, do I use hybrid, which isn't fully available, versus pure post-quantum? Hybrid is the bridge to get us to post-quantum, and that's what everyone's looking for right now. I want a hybrid certificate so or a hybrid TLS environment so that I can have the compatibility backwards and forwards, right? I want to be able to use post-quantum cryptography where it's appropriate, but I still want to be able to use standard cryptography in the back end or where I need that classical fallback. But that classical fallback will actually weaken your security posture. At some point, we will do that flip to full PQ. We're not quite there yet, but this will help you set up for that piece of it. The issue is this environment is not hybrid, so you have to be careful. Like if you're expecting this to work in standard environments where they don't have the libraries, this will break. Like this isn't out there. You will have to compile that library, either LibOQS or SymCrypt, not only on the PQ or not only on the certificate authorities, not only on the Apache web server, but also on the clients, right? If you're doing a Linux client that you want to use a web browser or use curl to interact with that PQ web server, it needs to have the libraries also. So you have to do the same process on all of those pieces. You're compiling code, compiling code, compiling code. I did include a server hardening checklist, and this is just sanity check to make sure, like if you're testing this and you want to understand how PKI functions and what the pieces are, it's just best practice. I always like to make sure that we have best practices out in front of everyone so that when it comes time and you look at this deck later, you go, oh yeah, I should do that, and you're not thinking about it and forgetting it. 6 things to take away. So DSA is your certificate keys, right? For root, intermediate, and server use it. MLDSA is for the root, and MLDSA 87 is for the root, and DSA 65 for everything else. MLChem is what does the key exchange pieces, right? So it's either between Apache or IIS and your browser. You won't see that in a certificate algorithm. You have 2 encryption provider options, LibOQS or SymCrypt. Making the difference is really like, do I need interoperability with Windows and other clients, or do I want to go and leverage open standards? Pick one. There may be compatibility issues across those. Hopefully, by the time we get to everyone needing to use this, those have been worked out. Again, it's a consortium model versus Microsoft's encryption provider. Number 4 is we want to go hybrid encryption for anything over the internet. until 255.19 MLChem67 browser support works, you will only be able to do that on internal networks. So if you're thinking, hey, I'm going to stand this up and I'm going to put a web server out, public, like the people on the internet won't be able to connect to it. It's really one of those areas where it is a controlled environment. You have to make sure that you're doing it. Number 5, air gap your root CAs. I don't care if it's in a test environment, a non-production, or a production environment. Follow the best practice, mostly because it'll help you troubleshoot down the road. If you have trust issues there, like that's step 1, and you can figure that out, and you'll understand it when you go deploy in production. Step 6, everything we walked through here is written down. It should be encapsulated in the GitHub library. I have 3 different pieces for Linux, both Azure and Hyper-V, for Windows, both Azure and Hyper-V, and I have manual walkthroughs that allow you to like type all the commands into the console, and hopefully it works. It worked for me at least once. I'm still trying to get it to work for me the second time. This is the lab. So GitHub/jringold pqc-lab. I packaged up the scripts there. Hopefully you will be able to leverage it. You can find me there or through LinkedIn, aka.ms/jringold. And if you want to contribute and help and play with it, awesome. The warning, if you put this in Hyper-V or if you put this in Azure, it's about $500 to $600 a month in burn rate. If you put it in, your own Hyper-V or your own Proxmox or Oracle, right? You're just burning your own power. And I'm gonna end. So what you have here is 4 deployment options, side by side. You can pick the one that matches your infrastructure, and hopefully this was helpful. Any questions?
So I may be very biased, but in my view, hybrid is an advantage because it's crypto we've proven for decades, in addition to what we think is post-quantum secure. So having part of my key generated with a classic algorithm as well as a post-quantum algorithm, I can be more guaranteed the security. Now that's my view, but what you said was you wanted everything to be post-quantum. Can you explain the advantage of that, please?
Yep, so in a hybrid key exchange, you still have components of it that are going to use classical encryption that theoretically could be susceptible to post-quantum cryptography attacks in the future. Where with a pure post-quantum environment, you don't have that potential exposure. It's theoretical today, right? I'll be retired before we get to the point where we have to deploy full PQC in production, and then I'm just a consumer hoping my phone works. But like, to get to the bridge, we're gonna do hybrid. Eventually hybrid will go away. When somebody says, hey, today is Y2Q, like all of the encryption that we think we know and love has to be sunset, and we have to use the new algorithms. And that's just, like, we don't use DES anymore. Sure. We don't use triple DES anymore, right? If you're still using those, like even if you encapsulate them in current algorithms, like if those break, then the other one is still easy. The other piece of it is the double encryption tax, right? We already know that these are going to perform worse on classic computers, right? If you have a 3 or a 4-year-old computer today, you probably won't want to be running it in 5 years. Whereas today I have 9 and 10-year-old computers that are no problem, right? That's the other piece of post-quantum that nobody's thinking about is the encryption tax, right? We decided that we're going to encrypt the entirety of the internet and every transaction. Well, that takes CPU cycles, and in a post-quantum world, it'll take more CPU cycles, right? Our classic computers take more time to do lattice-based math, and right, and so those pieces of it. Hopefully, we'll get a post-quantum algorithm encryption chip or an ASIC like we have today to offload some of that. But as of right now, so yeah, it's a bridge to get us there. Eventually, we will have to go to full post-quantum. But I agree with you. It's a step.
So speaking of DES and triple DES, for a long time we were like RSA 1024, and then we need to go to 2048, and then we do. So I see here that we have two different levels of key length for the quantum protocols. Is that set in stone, or is it one of those ones where you can go with the larger one and like the larger key on your intermediate CA?
Yeah, you can. The only difference will be is performance impact.
Okay.
Right. Your root CA at the top level because it has a longer life. Your intermediary CA because you can change it easier theoretically, but like ultimately it's a performance impact. The smaller the key size, the faster the transaction time. And if you're doing a lot of cryptography, like hey, I'm going to issue a certificate every 43 days. Or the way I've seen some SSL vendors want to go, a certificate like every transaction, you won't get that same performance. Like it's just a performance thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So many questions.
So if you're using Ubuntu 26.04, you have OpenSSL 3.5, and these algorithms are built in. So why are you replacing the providers?
I wasn't aware that they were built in.
Okay, they're built in.
Awesome. Sweet.
Anyone else for Mr. Ringgold?
Curiosity, everyone wants forward secrecy. All modern crypto does forward secrecy. If these things are heavier weight, what effect do you see of the forward secrecy?
I haven't thought about that, so I don't.
I never thought about it before. But like classical McLeese has huge keys, and that's one of the ones I liked because we've never proven it's insecure. So I like things that have been secure for decades. Some of these things are a little more questionable. We just saw a vulnerability in Hawk. We saw a vulnerability in a previous digital signing standard. That's why I like hybrid, because in my neophyte, non-mathematical world, I like things that no PhD has broken for decades. So I love the idea of these things, but I like the idea of a hybrid, like kind of a double ratchet, like Signal. Sorry, I'm a little drunk.
Yeah, no, I haven't thought through that. That's a good point. I'll have to think about that.
You guys are welcome to edit the drunk part.
Time for one more for Mr. Ringgold. Anyone? All right, thanks everyone for your time. Thanks, Mr. Ringgold.
Thank you all. Is there a what?
Is there a particular one you like the best?
Out of the post-quantum?
Post-quantum safe security.
right, I have 5 o'clock. No. One of my clocks has 5 o'clock. The other 5? Okay, thank you. Yes, that's 2. 2 people say it's 5 o'clock. Can we have a third? Quorum? Quorum on 5 o'clock? Door says it's 5 o'clock. Okay. Before we start, I'll say this is my first talk here. I won't say no if someone wants to get me a drink. Just saying. Okay, you're here for the real estate seminar. I appreciate you coming. Your airspace has a security problem. Hi, my name is Greg. For the sake of this talk, that's who I am. We're going to go over what it's like out there in the world, what the past couple months have been like, what my experience has been like. I welcome questions. This isn't going to be introducing any threats you might not be aware of. I just kind of want to bring everyone up to speed on what airspace security looks like from an unmanned perspective. A little bit about me. I do this for a living. For the sake of this talk, I'm just a dude. And we're mostly covering domestic airspace here. We're not referring to anything going on in Europe. We're not referring to the conflict in Ukraine. I defer to the folks there on that. We're talking about domestic airspace, domestic unmanned airspace. I do this for a living. I've done this all over the place. I'm certainly not the best expert in it. I just want to bring you guys up to speed with what I've learned in this. Cool. I'm also a medic, but that's aside from this. So when I say real aircraft, I'm not talking about in the abstract. This is a real issue today. We're seeing this out in the world today. You're hearing about it in the news today, right? And this is pertinent because when we think about unmanned aircraft, it's really easy to dismiss it as a robot, something small, something that's a toy. But these are real aircraft with real people in airspace that we're interacting with. And moreover, we're interfering with actual life safety operations, right? In California, where I live, where this is a real thing, we have wildfires, right? I mean, obviously wildfires all over the world now, but if you fly your drone around a wildfire, we can't fly, right? We can't fly air attack, we can't fly tankers, we can't fly spotters. We have to ground everyone as soon as we see a drone because we don't know what it's doing there. We have to assume everything in the airspace is a threat, right? And it's already cost us operational posture, right? We've had an impact to a Super Scooper aircraft from a drone. LAPD helicopter was hit with a drone, right? Luckily, right, everyone survived all of those, but it's only a matter of time, right? When we think about manned aircraft, things with actual passengers in there, we're looking at incidents that are happening in airspace where there shouldn't be a drone at all to begin with, right? We're talking about runway approaches and runway departure zones where despite it being, let's say, Class B airspace, you're never going to get permission to fly a drone there. And if air traffic control has already given you clearance, manned aircraft is going to land. You should not be flying your drone there. Why are there drones flying in this airspace? But it's the same problem, right? If we're talking about drones flying in an airport, drones flying over a stadium, power plant, Air Force Base, it's the same class. It's the same category of device. It's the same device that you can go to Best Buy right now and buy and fly in those spaces, right? You can go, I assume there's a Best Buy in Nevada, but like Best Buy, Costco, whatever, right? Buy a drone today, and here you are. You are now the threat. What I want to present here is we're not looking at this as all drones are adversarial. We don't want no drones. We want all of the drones. But we need to be able to share the airspace. We want drone as a first responder. We have this in San Francisco today. I will say, as a person who has worked in that environment, I have seen a positive outcome more often than not when we have a drone involved with an incident than not. In my mind, it's one less cop car on the road, which in general, if we could have fewer cars on the road, that'd be great anyway. But if we can sortie a drone to go get on station and figure out what's going on, that's one less car going code 3, lights and sirens, endangering everyone else, right? And we could figure out what we need. PG&E and the power companies are using this for inspection of their lines, right? They're going out, they're flying, they're not just doing visual inspection, they're doing LiDAR inspection, they're doing infrared inspection. They're looking at their lines for faults and problems. They want to be able to catch those before they happen, right? In agriculture, There's places in the country right now where 24 hours a day, they're flying agricultural drone sorties for crop spraying, fertilizing, dusting, all of those things. We've replaced manned aircraft with automated aircraft in those environments. And then package delivery, right? They're doing this in Texas today, right? Walmart, Zipline, Wing, some of it is trial, some of it is real, but they're using it today. Zipline, if you're familiar with the Mark Rober video from a couple years ago, they're actually using it to deliver blood in Uganda, right? They're sorting a drone to go out and deliver blood in Uganda, right? Those are the types of drones we want. This is the airspace that we want to share, right? Those are not adversarial drones. I want the blood if I'm bleeding out, but we can't do it unless we're sharing it with a common operating picture, right? Unless we're all on the same page. And we can't share it if we can't see it. So the airspace we're talking about is kind of split, we'll say, into manned and unmanned regions, right? This is a bit of an eye chart, but if we think of everything below this brown line here, that's mostly where you're seeing unmanned aircraft, your drones, right? Typically, that's what we call the Class G airspace, below 400 feet, right? You can get approval to fly in some classes of airspace, and there's other airspaces where you could just fly. You can go buy a drone today and you could fly, and it's no big deal. But there's other ones that you have to share, right? We have to share it with manned aircraft. We have to share it with other low-flying aircraft, helicopters, airplanes, banner planes, tour planes. We have to be able to share all of this. And again, we can only do it if we're looking at it from a common operating picture. But it's essentially two rule books, right? One for manned, one for unmanned. We're both following the same rules. The rules for manned have been set in stone for quite a while, right? This is nothing new to them. But for us, this is completely new in the unmanned space. So how do we do it? How do we see drones in these areas? How are we monitoring the airspace today? There's a bunch of different ways of making this sandwich. We have radio, radar, EO, IR, a bunch of different options, and I'll walk through sort of what that matrix looks like. No one of these is going to solve all of our problems. So remote ID was introduced by the FAA as a requirement for unmanned aircraft a couple of years ago. And the loose parameters are if you're above half a pound or if you're flying a commercial sortie, you have to have remote ID and you have to have a license. What it broadcasts is, if you're familiar with ADS-B for manned aircraft, very similar, right? We get the position, altitude, and heading of the drone, right, where it is. It's transmitting that information to us. A unique serial number for that drone, so tied to the airframe the drone is on. Usually we're getting the operator position, so that's the actual pilot of the drone. And then this is all one way, right? This isn't we're not querying the aircraft for this data. The aircraft is beaconing this data to us. The way it's doing it is kind of left up to the person implementing it. There is a standard called ASTM F3411 if you want to look it up. You could just look up remote ID. But the waveform isn't predefined. The data is defined, but the waveform is not. That means it can be Bluetooth, Bluetooth low energy, Bluetooth long range, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi NAN, Wi-Fi 2.4, the problem, right? Like, no one device is going to see everything, and no one vendor is going to choose the same as another vendor. DJI is going to choose one thing, Parrot is going to choose something else. So we can't just say there's a magic wand that's going to show us all of the drones in this airspace. It's left up to the vendors implementing this broadcast to decide what waveform they're going to use. And then for us, as the people detecting drones, we've got to try to catch everything, right? On top of that, because they've built some of this on top of Wi-Fi, we're sort of prone to the same problems as Wi-Fi, right? DOF, jamming, frag attacks, any problem with Wi-Fi 802.11n, same problem with remote ID. We haven't always used remote ID. For a while, DJI made their drone ID available as something that we could decode. It was based on the protocol that DJI uses for their drones. The OcuSync protocol, if you've heard of that. It had much better range. It was sort of more similar to an LTE waveform coming off of their drones. It gave us up to 10 miles of detection, right? So before remote ID was set as the standard, DJI drone ID would show us a drone up to 10 miles away, in an isotropic vacuum perhaps. But 10 miles, right? When remote ID was mandated, everyone moved to that as their beacon, which immediately cut our distance in half, right? We were suddenly seeing less than a mile. And if you live in a city, if you live in a dense urban environment, you know what Wi-Fi is like. It sucks, right? The noise floor at home is negative 60 dB, right? So you beat that, right? So that's the range limitation that we now have. That's if we're using Wi-Fi, right? If a vendor has implemented Bluetooth, good luck, right? In the real world, we're seeing, you know, a couple of miles, maybe a couple thousand feet, but in a city, in a dense urban environment where we're going up on high sites, you're not seeing stuff in urban canyons. So what are our other options? What does the stack look like? We can use RF. So with RF, what we're looking at is the actual control signal to the drone, right? So this would be what the operator is using from their controller to talk to the drone. This is going to give us control parameters, C2, your command and control of the drone. It's not going to tell us where the drone is at. It's going to tell us there's a drone in the environment. We might get some signal data off of the drone, but it's not going to tell us exactly where the operator's at. It's not going to tell us where it might tell us where the drone is at, but it's just going to give us protocol information, right? Control information. Radar is another option. The radar cross-section on most airport radars is going to declutter the size of a drone, right? Like we're looking at something the size of a bird with a radar cross-section the size of a bird. That's going to get washed out as birds, ground noise, other things, right? Existing infrastructure is not set up for unmanned aircraft. Electro-optical IR, so this is your cameras and your infrared. It's okay, but you've got to calibrate that, right? We can't just turn up a camera here and start panning around and looking for stuff around here. We really have to get a baseline, and then as soon as the weather changes, we've got to get another baseline again. Acoustic is interesting, but as your noise floor changes again with diurnal patterns, people coming into the city, trains passing through, rain, thunder, clouds, it's sort of an uphill battle to try to hear drones. What we have found is really effective is distributed sensors. Turn everyone into a sensor, turn everyone's phone into a sensor. That gets us diversity of coverage. But again, that's bound to what the phone actually supports. Is it acoustic? Is it RF sensing? Is it Wi-Fi? And then we could fuse these things too, right? We're not going to say we're only going to use radar, we're only going to use optical. Typically what we'll want to do is we'll say, hey, we'll have some sensors here and some sensors here. We'll fuse that data together and give us an individual drone detection. But really only remote ID and drone ID are actually going to tell us where the operator's at. And most of the time, that's what's important to us in the type of work that we do, right? The drone's going to do what drone does. It's the operator that's flying the drone that we need to make contact with. And I mean, this is a sample from Craigslist in the Bay Area over the past year. I basically just had a saved search going through. What I wanted to look at was, what are people actually selling? What does the threat landscape look like? If I had $100 to spend or $120 to spend, what could I buy today on Craigslist? And what does that get me? And where does that put me in the detection stack, right? So your newest and hottest, they're available. They'll broadcast remote ID. We can't see their drone ID. And as far as takeover capability, it doesn't exist yet. Or might not exist yet. Who knows, right? Lower down the stack, we have affordability. Yeah, we can see it on drone ID, but it doesn't have remote ID. We might be able to take it over. But that's your price range, right? This is used, obviously, Craigslist, but if you go, again, Best Buy or Costco, you could pick up a brand new drone that fits somewhere in this stack. All of them transmit drone ID. Not all of them are things that we can necessarily see. Some of them have what we call cyber takeover capability or cyber over RF. That's where we can actually grab control of the drone and steer it to a designated place. I was out walking at the beach, just happened to see a dude with a drone. So just to show you how prolific this is, right? Like, drones aren't new. Drones are flying all the time, I guarantee it. This was just a dude. I mean, I don't know what he was doing. He was doing his own business, but he just happened to have a drone in his hand. Like, there he is. There's my job. Like, hey, there's my job. We were over by the Golden Gate Bridge, just walking along. There's a drone on the floor. I don't know. I mean, it could have put into a honeypot, but there it was, right? And this is one weekend in San Francisco. One weekend, 55 drones, unique drones, right? This is just the east side of the city, right? We have surfers and real estate and all sorts of stuff on the west side of the city. I mean, I have a sensor out here in Teon, 55 unique drones, right? So it's not whether the drones are there, it's whether you can see them or not, right? If you're looking for them. Yeah, I mean, it's just a normal Saturday, just a normal weekend in the city. So, I mean, the World Cup just happened. There was lots of press around how it was a no drone zone. I will say not everyone reads the press. More people should read the paper or look at the news or social media. I know it's sad sometimes, but a lot of this could have been prevented, right? So these are the FBI's numbers. I don't speak for them. They seized 700 drones. That means 700 people who flew had their shit taken. Like, that's a bummer, no matter what, right? That's a bummer. 250 TFR. So TFR is a temporary flight restriction. What's up? Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I kind of move around a little bit, yeah. Frenetic. Cheers. Good? Thanks. Okay, cool. I'll do that. Sorry, guys. 250. So that means temporary flight restrictions. That means there was a game at a stadium or a practice field or a hotel where the FAA said you can't fly for a certain number of nautical miles around this center, right? 250 unique temporary flight restrictions. That's a lot to keep up with, even if you're a seasoned pilot. They did set aside a bunch of money for state and local agencies to pay for counter-drone, drone detection equipment. How that money is getting spent, who knows? I mean, we all know that there's 5 SIs that get all the money anyway. But, I mean, the breakdown was, it was clueless. These are people who just didn't know that they couldn't fly in a temporary flight restriction. I mean, that was some of them. That's a bummer. Careless, and I mean, this was legit. This was like, I don't know, we're the fire department. We could fly. Like, no, the fuck you can't. Like, no, there's a temporary flight restriction. The mayor's office, the mayor's TV office. No, you got, just because you work for the mayor. Again, like a bummer. In the Bay Area, at Levi's Stadium, 18 drones seized, 22 operators cited. So that's 22 people that got citations, whether or not they had their drone seized or not, right? Again, super bummer. The worst case in all of this is that drone turns into a second problem, right? Worst thing we want to do is turn one problem into 2 problems, right? You know, this could be, why is that drone flying? Is this a counterintelligence problem? Where's that drone go when it lands? Does it land on someone? Now it's an EMS problem, right? Did it have a payload on it? Is this an EOD problem? Is this a CBRN problem? Like, what are we dealing with here? We can't assume anything, right? We have to treat everything as if it could potentially be hostile until we know that it's not. Anecdotally, we had an incident where we had someone on post and they were seeing a drone from their phone that none of our $500 million worth of crap saw, right? And this was because they were in a dense urban canyon downtown. Like, think of Manhattan, think of downtown San Francisco. I would say think of downtown LA, but no one hangs out in downtown LA. But think of your downtown center, right? Like, we know what the RF noise floor is like. If we put something up on a high site, on a building, it's not gonna see all the way down at ground level. Where are people launching the drones? They're launching them at ground level, right? So the best sensor we had in that environment was, so we had one of our folks running drone detection on their phone, and it just so happened to pick up that drone that flew by the mall in the temporary flight restriction. You know, still remote ID only in that instance, but it got us something, right? You can do this on your phone today. There are apps on your phone today that will do drone detection. There's one for Android called Open Drone ID. Drone Tag makes a little doodle bob here. Got it somewhere. They make a little device. Maybe they don't. That's not here. Well, I got stickers. Oh, there we go. So, like, you can get a little device like this. This is a drone tag. So, I mean, it's just a remote ID and Bluetooth receiver. Decodes drone ID, decodes remote ID, and it will pump it over to your phone, right? So you can use this as a little outboard sensor. You can use your phone itself, right? The best camera is the one you got on you. And then there's other equipment out there. Drone Aware, if you're familiar with FlightAware or ADSB Exchange or sites like that, so these guys have actually stood up, these folks have actually stood up a site called Drone Aware, same idea. You can stand up a receiver at your house, feed it into their aggregator, and then they have a nationwide map of drone detections everywhere someone has stood up one of their receivers, right? So you can do this at home today. You can stand up your own stack today. And we'll get into that a little bit. I'm not a lawyer. Detecting a drone, we're going to say, is legal. I'm not a lawyer. Defeating a drone, up until recently, was not legal. So for a while, it was only these 4, right? They could do anything to mitigate or defeat a drone, right? Last year, they signed the Safer Skies Act. So what this did was it gave local authorities, think like your local public safety folks, fire department, or police department, sheriff's department, things like that, the ability to not only detect the drones and try to make contact with the operator, but actually defeat the drones. So this was mitigate them in some way. Jamming, cyber takeover, kinetic, whatever, right? That's only if you've gone through FBI's CUTC course down at Redstone. So different departments can ask for their officers to go. They'll go to this training course. Once they've taken this training course at FBI, they now have authority to do mitigation, drone mitigation, if they have the right equipment, right? So you could have the training and the equipment and the authority. And this is what happens if they catch you, right? You get what's called a district court violation notice, DCVN. If you get one of these, you're zooming into court. You don't have to physically show up at court, but you have a court date. This is a bummer. You don't want this, right? And this is what they'll get you with, right? Unsafe operation of a UAS, interfering with a manned aircraft, imminent safety hazard, right? So unsafe operation is operating outside of bounds, above 400, above a certain speed. There's a bunch of parameters there, but let's say generally you're not following the rules of the road for a drone. Interfering with a manned aircraft, this is you're in the runway approach zone or runway landing zone or just somewhere where manned aircraft are allowed to be, right? Actually, sorry, runway exclusion zone is the second one. So let's say you decide to go down to the airport and fly and take pictures of airplanes. Bad idea. They're gonna catch you. They will catch you. They will find you. And you will, you will learn all about this because you're gonna get a district court violation notice. Violation of national defense airspace. So this is you're flying in a temporary flight restriction. This is you're flying over the stadium during World Cup, you're flying near the Capitol during State of the Union, whatever it is, right? This is the scary one, right? National defense airspace. But this is your temporary flight restriction. This is what you're getting if you're flying in that airspace. The dude who flew at the Palisades, I mean, this is how his drone ended up. It also smashed into the airplane, but like your crap's gonna end up in an evidence can. $156,000 that dude had to pay up. Damage to the aircraft plus fines. Like they're not fucking around. I'm passionate. Like I've seen people get this, and it's a bummer. Like it sucks. You just spent a ton of money on a drone, and you flew it, and now guess what? You got a court date. Like $10,000 of legal advice. Don't go to court, sir. Yeah, that's a really good question. Okay, the airspace over your house is a public highway. It is not your property. 1 foot or above.
1 foot above your roof or
above the ground. If your house, okay, let's say you live near the airport. And you're in Class B airspace. Well, either okay, but I'm giving you this scenario, right? You live in Class B. You're in Class B airspace. You're not getting out of Class B airspace. If you're outside of that airspace, if you're in, let's say, Class G airspace, there's no restrictions. Do whatever you want. You still have safe operating parameters you have to stick to. You still have a ceiling. You still have a speed limit, but you can do whatever you want. But if you're flying in restricted airspace, you're flying in restricted airspace. It doesn't matter what altitude you're at. Once you're a foot above the ground, you're in their airspace. Yeah. Well, so what's the question? Sorry.
Can I interdict them?
Sure. I mean, I'm not stopping you. Yeah. Don't bell the cat. I'm not going to tell you if it's legal or not. I'm just saying don't snitch on yourself. I don't know. Like, don't post it on Instagram. I mean, whatever. Yeah. I mean, it's same as what you do on your. If it's on your property, whatever. I mean, no one's going to stop you. But if someone's flying on your property and you're flying in restricted airspace, they'll find you, and then fine you, which no one wants. Just a bummer, right? So how do we do it? What are your options? But theoretically, what are your options, right? Jamming, always a bad idea. Always a bad idea. Always a bad idea. Jamming. So what this is, the same. Imagine jamming a Wi-Fi signal. Same idea, right? We're either cutting off the control signal to the drone, right? So the pilot can't operator can't do anything anymore, or we're cutting off the video feed from the drone so they can't see what they're doing anymore. The problems here is, what does it do when you cut it off, right? DJI drones, you can program them to like return to home, hover in place, land immediately. So you can imagine, like, okay, I don't care if they're going to jam me. I'm going to set it to land immediately with my payload as soon as they jam me. Cool, bye. Like, boom, whatever, right? This is a fun one, too, because when we do it, you see operators like, what? Especially if we're watching them, they're like, what's going on? I'm like, you fucked up, right? The other is GPS jamming is also a bad idea. People always want to, we're going to GPS jam that drone. I'm like, what's behind the drone? Right, what's the effect area? What's your effect area behind? Like, no. Always a bad idea. Kinetic or capture. So like this one's fun because like we'll hit the drone with another drone. Or we'll throw a net around the drone. Okay, cool. In the fire service, we have a saying like, if you evacuate someone from a house, you own them. Like, same thing here. The moment you decide to go kinetic, you own it. Where does it go? Where's the drone go? Does it land? Does it land on someone? Does it explode? What happens, right? Like, you can't control what happens once we take kinetic action on it, right? Once it explodes in the air, that's bits and pieces everywhere. Plus, our evidence is gone. Bad idea. Cyber takeover is the cool one. Cyber takeover is where we can steer the drone to a designated area. Now, it doesn't work on all drones. It only works on certain types of drones. But the use case here is like, hey, we got a drone flying over an area where it's not supposed to be flying. What do we do with it? Well, we can't jam it for reasons, because it will take down everything else. Bad idea. We don't have a kinetic capability, or just not on the table because it's over a crowd. Well, if we can take it over, we can steer it somewhere and land it in a designated area. Two reasons we want to do that. One is just to get it out of there. The other is it's got something on it. Cool. Now we can steer it to a designated EOD area, right? Somewhere where we have bomb techs that can actually take a look at it. Sir, yes. Whoever's jamming it, hitting it, or taking it over.
Regular citizens like me, or
Someone who has authority under the Safer Skies Act, who has passed through the CUTC course at ABI. Sorry, if that was not clear, that was on me. So yes, this is someone who has authority to do something about it, or someone who's on their private property. Yes. Yes. Approved gear. Oh shoot. Oh. Approved gear, so there is a vendor list. So White House put together a group called the Joint Interagency Task Force 401. They have a list of approved equipment from vendors to fulfill the jam, kill, takeover pipeline, right? So these are your Defens, your Centrics, Titans, Citadels. There's a whole list of vendors that are out there. I deliberately didn't try to cover them here because I'm not pitching for those guys. It's expensive stuff, $500 million worth of stuff. Okay. So cyber takeover, yes. So what that one is, an operator who's authorized to do a cyber takeover can steer it to a designated area or steer it to another designated area. And then there's also deauth, right? So your classic drones that are still using Wi-Fi for C2. Again, all of the Wi-Fi vulnerabilities someone could use in that scenario. That doesn't account for stuff like fiber, LTE, autonomous drones that are just sent on a waypoint mission, right? This isn't going to kinetic might solve for that, jamming might solve for that. Again, there's no silver bullet to any of this, right? We've got to find a solution to the problem we have now until the next problem pops up. But yeah, I went over this a little bit, but the best move is to not fight the drone, right? Especially in domestic operations, we're not seeing a lot of autonomous drones flying missions. We're seeing a lot of operators flying missions, flying sorties, right? Kinetic is going to create a projectile. Where's it going to go? RF bleeds, right? We don't want to jam the Wi-Fi. We don't want to jam the radio system. And these are going to be too slow for a fast-moving intercept anyway. So most of the time, we're going to have to find the pilot all of the time. Most of the time it works, 70% of the time it works all of the time. We're always going to find the pilot. We always need to find the pilot. The pilot's the person flying the drone. We've got to find the pilot. No matter what, even if we're going to kinetically intercept the drone, we still want to know where the operator's at. So that's the first thing I always start on when we're running these types of operations. Where's the pilot? Where's the operator? Let's go make contact. Maybe they don't even know that they're doing something wrong. Let's put them on the right side of the law. And again, this doesn't talk to your non-RF or your non-radio threats, right? So we've got fiber optic drones all over the place now. We haven't really seen that here yet. LTE and cellular. There's a hack out for DJIs now where you can flash a North American DJI to use LTE. So there you go. My friend proved it by flying over my house, and I said, please don't do that. You know where I work. Full autonomy. So this is just like I've set a bunch of waypoints, and I let it go. Right? There's no operator defined there. There's not really any control signal to fly there. You don't have a lot of options in that environment. And then like the drone that ends up coming down is the good guy's drone anyway. So like this happened during the World Cup. NYPD has a drone as a first responder program. One of their drones crashed and had a big old lithium battery, and we know what lithium likes to do. But like this is the scenario that's real in my mind, right? It's not that someone's an active threat against our thing, right? It's that someone doesn't know what they're doing. There's a mechanical failure. They hit a thing. A pissed off seagull comes for it, right? Now I've turned a big old high-capacity lead-acid battery, lithium battery, and a thing into a projectile that's going to boom. Right? I've turned. What do we say? We're not going to turn one problem into two problems, right? But it's happening, right? Like this is already happening. So this makes real the problem of airspace, which is even if we're totally compliant, even if we're the good guys, shit still happens. Shit still breaks. Okay. So how do we screw up my day? Everything you need to do, you can do with ESP32, right? You can defeat most of the stack with an ESP32. I feel like this is like a trope, generally for talks. So you can evade, just don't broadcast. I mean, sure, why not? You could spoof, right? I could say I'm someone else. I can sniff the air, grab someone else's serial number, put it on my thing, and start pretending to be them. Bummer. I can just flood the zone, just give you so many targets you can't even keep up. And my favorite one is operator location spoofing. So that's where, sure, I'm going to transmit a valid position or an invalid position and tell you the operator's over there. Or I'm going to send you to someone else's house or someone else's property, right? So spoofing the position of the operator, spoofing the position of the drone itself, flooding the zone. All of those are options. All of that you can do with an ESP32. There is authentication in remote ID. It's not implemented. No one's using it. There's no PKI for it. There is a docket open for Part 108, which is the beyond line of sight options for drone piloting. So if you want to chime in on that, the docket's still open. You could chime in on that. But I mean, it's trivial to expose this today. And then one thing I didn't touch on, I apologize if I missed it, but like this wasn't built for widespread collection. This wasn't built for widespread airspace surveillance. This was built so that your phone can see where a drone is at. Right, my phone is not a tower doing airspace detection. My phone is a phone. Like it has a tiny ass antenna. It's got Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. This system was not built for anything beyond a phone. Yet somehow we're trying to paste a bunch of crap onto it. And make it this airspace security system. So you can roll your, come on now, there we go. You could roll your own. So what I did was I took a Bullet M2, flashed OpenWrt on it, put the Wi-Fi in monitor mode, fired up Wireshark, and boom, I had remote ID. So if you got old Ubiquiti gear or any Atheros chipset at home that supports monitor mode, you can go start sniffing drones right now. I mean, assuming there's drones around to sniff. Right? All you need is Wireshark and an Atheros chipset in monitor mode. It's going to see remote ID on Wi-Fi. It's not going to see drone ID. It's not going to see OcuSync. It's not going to see FPV. But like most DJIs that are flying with compliant remote ID, you're going to see it with this stack, right? And you could build something even smaller, but like that's a yard sale find. So I'm like, $50 does what $500,000 does. Cool. Reading it, like getting a signal over the air, doesn't tell us where it's at, right? It just tells us that it's there. When we're talking about non-Wi-Fi, non-remote ID drones, there are other ways of controlling them in lower frequencies, below 2.4 gigahertz. So these are your 433, your 915. For that, we can use stuff like the Kraken. Anyone familiar with the Kraken? Kraken SDR. So this is a direction finding thing. So think like 5 antennas in an array. Thanks, man. 5 antennas in an array, we can use it to direction find where a signal's coming from. So if we have a drone that's transmitting a control signal or an operator that's transmitting a control signal, we can direction find and vector right to that operator. And then we just fuse it together, right? Let's say we have a radar track and an optical track and a DF track. We fuse it into one picture, and now we have something to go after. So, okay, cool. I was almost done anyway. So yeah, Remote ID was built for accountability, and we're just making it do so much more, right? Like it was built so you could see it on your phone, and now we're turning it into like this whole airspace surveillance thing. Detection always works better than defeat, right? Even if we're not up against an adversary, technology moves so fast that even if we build something to detect today, who knows what it might pivot to tomorrow, right? There is no standard for C2, for command and control. So if tomorrow Wi-Fi 10 comes out and DJI switches all their controllers to Wi-Fi 10, cool, now we've got to play catch up to Wi-Fi 10 or whatever it is, right? Identification is unauthenticated. So like you sniff someone's thing, you turn it around, flash it into your ESP32, now you're them. Mazel tov, right? Congratulations. We leaned on one protocol. Actually, Intel originally developed the remote ID protocol, but we leaned on, DJI initially implemented drone ID. We leaned on it, and then they switched it off, right? That capability is not available for us anymore. It doesn't solve for your quiet drones, right? Like if a determined adversary is going to come for you, or even just a careless and clueless person flying LTE, like we won't see it. Nothing we could do about it. Authority just came local. So for your local agencies, they're going to have this authority now if they've gone through the training, if they have the equipment, and if they have a solution to the threat that they're seeing. And then $50 gets you something that a six-figure system can do, right? If you want to do your own detection, you could spend $50 and get what a $500,000 system would do for you. Cool. So yeah, back to the airspace is a public highway. There is case law for this. It's in my notes here, but feel free to share it with you. But like, it's an interesting question, right? Like, I have a house. This is my property. Why can't I just fly here? Well, case law shows that once you're in airspace, it's no longer your property. It is same as a public highway, right? And my take on it is like, cool, let's share it. Let's make sure we're sharing it like as good actors in this environment. Because if we don't, bad things are going to happen, and then we're going to lose all the cool shit that we have. That's all I had prepared. I'm happy to take questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Up front.
As it is right now, can you tell the difference between the operator and the drone based on packet size?
Can we tell the difference between an operator and a drone based on packet size? If we're talking about remote ID, the broadcast, no, it's the same. It's usually it's the drone transmitting that. The operator isn't transmitting that. So the drone is telling us where the operator is at, but we're not actually, whoever's listening isn't actually hearing stuff from the operator. Separately, if we're talking about the control signals from the operator, I would imagine you could probably see a different, some delta between like their packet size and the drone's packet size. We could also look at like the RISI, right? Like I could have a much bigger antenna and battery and a controller than I can on the drone itself. So that could probably be another dimension you could look at. Cool.
Yeah, if you have the Kraken, you can't right now. There's no standard for DJI would have it.
No, yeah, and the Kraken's not going to help you anyway because the Kraken's, the upper limit on the Kraken is like 1.8 gig. Yeah, so we're talking about like your FPV drones, your drones that are like your Mavlink drones with like a SICK radio, like a 900 megahertz radio, that a Kraken could see. Yeah, sir.
What do you think about this like FAA proposed rulemaking where like any critical infrastructure can name themselves like a no-flight zone above them?
Yeah, yeah.
There's
a book. What is the name of the book? It's like The Burden of Secrecy. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? There's a book. It reminds me of that, right? Where it's like, let's make everything secret. Okay, why? Because. Same thing. Like, it's a blanket. The question is there overreach in that we're saying all critical infrastructure is covered by TFRs, temporary flight restrictions? You can't fly drones over critical infrastructure. Do I think there's good reason for it? Yes. Do I think it's too broad? Maybe. but I don't have a good answer for that. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. That's a real. Are any agencies looking at forcing permitting or something along those lines? No, that's the thing we keep coming back to. Like every time someone gets caught, they're like, "But my drone didn't say anything." Like when I bought it at Best Buy, no one said you got to have a license or you got to register it or whatever. So it's unfortunate, right? There's public campaigns from the FAA to remind operators that like, yeah, you got to register your stuff. You got to do you got to pass all these things. And I will say, what I've seen out in the field is a lot of the folks doing mitigation are super chill in that they'll walk up to you with a pamphlet and they're like, hey, look, you're getting a citation, but here's a pamphlet with some check marks. I need you to go do this, 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 and this, so that when you show up in court, you'll be like, I did all those things, and then I can stand here and say, he did all those things, and you're good to go, right? So they're trying to turn it into a teaching opportunity, but I think it needs to be further up the stack, right? Like when you buy the thing, just like you got to give your, when you get a SIM card, like certain appliances, certain things you buy, you got to register it or give them your info. Like perhaps they should do that with drones. Now, separately, I don't think we should do that at all for anything generally, but if I put this hat on, it's like, yeah, we should tell people, like you're buying a thing that could fly in airspace with real people. Like that's the reason. There's real people involved. Yeah, good question though. Yeah. Sir.
What's the difficulty in mandating any drones sold in the United States function under a certain protocol that would make it possible to take it over?
Give me the first part of your question because I want to restate it.
Like, what's the legislative difficulty in mandating?
Yes, okay. Why don't we mandate that all drones use the same protocol that would allow for takeover? Is that
sold in the United States, yeah.
I would. I think an analogous thing would be, why don't all routers have a Wi-Fi backdoor? Or why doesn't encryption have a backdoor? I mean, I would imagine that would be a way you could look at it. I don't know that there's any legislation ongoing in that regard, but my fear would be if we did that, it would sort of open the same, like, well, the government has a backdoor to the encryption just in case. Like, no. Yeah. Sir.
Do you ever think that the use case of drones among the criminal element will get big enough that we'll actually have significant numbers of non-compliant drones?
Oh, dude, this is happening today on the border. Yeah, like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh my God, every day. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Prisons on the border. There's a lot of people who like to fly over critical infrastructure who are here on student visas.
Yeah, I mean, that obviously
Yeah.
nation-state actors is a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's already happening. Yeah, it's already happening. I think it's sucks to think about it, but like there just needs to be one incident. Like one really bad thing needs to happen, and people are like, oh my God, I'm like, we fucking been.
So much of what we have now feels targeted at just
Yeah.
catching the dummies and educating.
Yeah. I mean, so another thing 2 minutes, got it. Another thing to think about too is like these drones have nice cameras, right? Nice zoom. So you don't need to be flying to use that, right? You could just land on a building and now you have Overwatch on whatever you want to watch with like a nice HD. Yeah, you got access now. So like you've got a nice HD with zoom and pan tilt, like for whatever you want to watch. You don't have to be flying. Or fuck, ape it. Who cares?
But if you don't want to broadcast, you can fly, land on the building,
Yeah.
in the middle of the night, and then in the morning.
Yep. Buzz out. Yep.
You're nice later.
Yep. Exactly. Good. These are great.
That's how I live my mission.
Sir. I'm sorry, what was the question? I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, for sure. The promise they make is that you can steer the drone where you want it to go. Most of the time, right? Like if it works. So what they've done is they're selling you a vulnerability they have access to, right? Until that vulnerability goes away. It's not foolproof. Like they're not. It's not DJI selling you a thing to backdoor DJIs. They do that themselves. That's why. Like, they already do that themselves. Yeah, I don't have a good answer. But the question is like, why? What are they selling? What are these vendors selling when they sell cyber takeover, cyber over RF, which I think is a cool name, but too bad it's a marketing term now. But like, that's what they're essentially trying to sell you is access to a vulnerability that will let you take over and control some drones. Cool. Anyone else? Sweet. Oh, yes, sir.
You said you weren't touching on conflict, but obviously there is a lot of research going on how to detect drones that don't want to be detected and how to take them down if they don't want to be taken down. Can there be any lessons learned from this? Like, is there already research that's coming back?
From Ukraine and overseas? Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I can't really speak. I'm not an expert in that domain. I know that, yeah, I can't really speak to that. I'm sorry. Like, I know there are. I know they're using fewer DJIs because reasons. Over here, that's not as much of an issue. But like over there, we don't want to fly a big Skydio, expensive $60,000 drone. What purpose is it going to serve for us over there? They could build something in-house locally with much more capabilities that isn't tied to an overseas vendor. And for hell yeah, they should do that. Are we learning things from them? Unfortunately, it's going to take some really bad shit happening here for us to actually pay attention to what's happening there. Yeah. Cool. All right, I think we're out of time. Thanks, everyone.
Hi everyone. I think we can start. The name of this talk is One Package, One Backdoor. We are going to speak about supply chain attacks in general and how can AI can try to stop them or maybe not. We are going to solve that question by the end of the talk. Very quickly, who am I? I'm just a curious person. I worked as an application security engineer. Also, I'm currently working right now as a pen tester / red teamer. I'm working at Fortra. And also, I founded my own cybersecurity conference in Peru. I'm Peruvian, by the way, but live in Mexico. And yeah, I'm just trying to share knowledge with everyone as I can. Who is this talk for? Sorry. In general, this is for developers who runs npm install or pip install in a day-to-day basis, or maybe also for security engineers who wants to know how to work the full attack chain in specifically this topic, supply chain attacks. Then, but not the least important, is actually one of the most important ones, DevOps and platform teams who owns the pipelines for developments or the entire software development lifecycle. Actually, this talk is not focused for experts, not just there, but we're going to talk some basic things. Actually, it's most likely basics, 70%. But I think everyone can understand things and get useful things for work, maybe. Based on my experience and other colleagues' experience that I want to share today. Well, if anyone can raise your hand, if any one of you could run these 2 commands in the day this week. Awesome, a lot. Well, this talk is not to target you as a potential victim. It's just to try to give you an idea and where did you put the trust in packages, okay? And you're going to talk about trust boundaries for dependencies. Specifically, if you are running code, most likely nowadays we are building with AI, and most likely we are not always reviewing the code, and neither the dependencies. But yeah, we're going to talk about specifically 5 points today. How is the threat, very quickly. How is the attacker playbook, how the attackers thinks for these specific scenarios. Little live demo, but also not live, is recorded because I have to prepare it before. And we are going to talk about what is the place for AI in this topic, and how can we start hardening our environments, and probably companies too. And yeah, let's go. First, the threat. Everyone probably here knows the XC case, right? Can raise your hand if anyone who doesn't know this? Well, XC utils was it's an actual library for specific operating system, based in Linux, and the entire case happened in March 2024, and we are not talking about this because there are a lot of controversial opinions that some people want to say this is probably the end of the internet, and I think probably that the reality is not. It was just an almost, because it was detected at a certain point, specifically for a developer who knows how this worked, and he realized that a half of a second was different enough to say this is more heavier than before, and he raised an alert for the entire internet, and the attack was contained. But I want to tell you specifically about that this type of attack was just not trying to compromise servers around the world, around the internet. It was just to compromise, he compromised the trust of the entire repo maintainers, because there was a lot of people, and he put 4 years of effort to gain that trust and that confidence of them. And for example, he started in 2021 as a new contributor, and he started to submit a lot of pull requests, submitting a lot of improvements and bug fixings. And just in March 2024, he just sent another pull request as another week as he wants to push another new feature or something like that. And well, this was catched by the people, and well, that happened, right? But the message here is that at the end of the day, social engineering was the main technique in this type of attacks, because he gained confidence, trust, from the maintainers, and they started to trust in them and just allowing every single pull request that he did. This is not just happening years ago. This is happening right now. It's happening last year, this year. Actually, we got like 1,000 of attacks like 4 weeks ago. Oracle was attacked, Red Hat, Microsoft. A lot of companies were attacked for Shai Hulud in 2025. And also, there was another Shai Hulud 2.0 version this year, at the beginning of this year. A lot of this. But one of the most popular ways to infect people is the fake interviews. They are gaining confidence from people that are looking for new jobs, and they tell, hey, do you have to run just this script and fix a little bug, and you're in the company, you're going to sign the contract with us. And a lot of people that are actually working in another companies use that same machine to do these interviews. And well, they could be hacked just by running a script. What about the dependency chain? Because I don't know if most likely everyone that raised your hand for npm install knows that a specific application can have a lot of dependencies, direct dependencies. It depends on you specifically, how many of them you want to choose for your software. But there are a lot of them that we are not seeing them, we are not paying attention enough. Like the transitive ones, for example, JWT authentication library is in the most used right now in Node.js. But it depends on another libraries that probably we are not paying attention enough. That could be transitive in this case. And those transitive could have another dependencies that are like in a second stage of dependency chain. So that's what I called deep, the second or third or the later. And it's most likely that we are not paying enough attention in this type of dependencies, because, I mean, who are going to pay attention for a library that is used just for, I don't know, POW numbers or that type of things, or square, math in general. But well, we have a problem right now, and it's part of the philosophy of developers right now. That is, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? We are going to just trying to improve the algorithms. You have to reinvent the wheel, reinvent another algorithm. But we could just, like, for example, for simple binary search, there are a lot of ton of libraries that are in the wild, in npm, Python. But people is not just thinking about this type of algorithms. They just start using these libraries and avoiding overthinking in the implementation. And that's funny because that's why I try to expose to you here, because I mean, I did it when I started coding in 2016, and I wanted to just looking for libraries every single moment when my teacher asked me to do an algorithm. The problem here is that we're trained to do things fast since we are in college. And for example, if we need to pattern a string, install a package. If you want to data format, install a package. If you need to merge arrays, install a package. Pretty much every single thing that you want to do right now, instead of complex algorithms, is a library. So we are installing libraries every single day, every single moment when we are building like a software. And what is the cause of this? Specifically, we are running code, and we are adding dependencies transitively in the entire software that we are building, and probably trying to improve. And this is a security matter. I want to talk about the left path incident in 2016, because the funny part of it is that I started in college in February 2016, and just 1 month of starting, I got this incident when, I don't know if any of here experiment this book. You're perfect. Well, if as may a lot of you don't know this incident, it happened because there was like a transitive dependency, for example, in Babel or in React, that has a name. Let's name, I don't remember the name specifically. Well, leftpath, sorry, leftpath was that name. And someone wants to just claim the name, and he put in dispute this name, and NPM started to say, okay, if this is in dispute, no one can download, no one can install this library. And well, this is what this was and actually is one of the most useful libraries right now, alongside with the JWT. Actually, JWT depends on this one. So when no one can download and no one can start resolving these dependencies, every single piece of software was just not working. Because you can resolve dependencies, the entire pipeline of building was broken, and that's it. And we started seeing like this type of screens. 404 not found error because the name of the dependency was in dispute. And in this moment specifically, NPM, the organization as NPM, they have to take actions manually on these type of things because, well, it almost breaks the internet without hacking anything, just because one guy decided to have that name. And this give us a problem that is the review problem, because we know that, for example, no one is using directly this package, but this package has the power of break the entire internet probably, because a lot of websites right now are using Node.js, Next.js, and every single thing with JS probably right now. And this is a well-common problem because we have a lot of libraries, tons of libraries, billions of libraries probably in one big amount of different software, sorry. And no one is capable of reviewing every single dependency in a big software. And in this situation specifically, sorry, if you are trying to secure dependencies, you can afford, with the time in 24 hours, 5 days a week, or 6, depends on your work. There are a lot of new libraries that are being published every single hour, every single week, every single month, and they are being downloaded and tested in different environments, in different places, servers, computers in general. And we cannot be aware in every single minute about these type of dependencies. And there's a window of time between when it's published, when it's installed. And even for production, this time could be a small time. It depends on your cadence, on your way of releasing new versions, but it depends on that, but well. There is no human that can review this type of things. It's impossible because there are a lot of them. And security team, there are always a small amount of people, at most, I don't know, 10, 5, 15. If you have a lot of budget, maybe 20 or more, I don't know. I never know a company that have more than 20 application security engineers in the team. They're all at most, as I know, 10, and that was a really, really large company. And attacker just needs one single chance to infect one guy, and that's it, game over. And that's where we're going to about how the attacker thinks, how the attacker acts. And there are 3 questions that they are always trying to solve. In this case, how they can enter to the company, how can they execute things, and what are the objectives they want to accomplish. Specifically for the objectives, these are credential access, because we're going to speak about later about the why they are not right now executing too much code in the big teams. CI/CD token thefts, because in this case, the CI/CD pipelines are having a lot of permissions in AWS, in GCP, in Azure, because they have to deploy things, you have to maintain things, they have to access a lot of things. So if they can steal the token of the, for example, Jenkins instance, they can be God in the company. So that's like a ground jewel. And well, for example, also they're looking maybe for persistence, but this type of persistence right now is not like in a malware that wants to be there and like in a bomb, a logic bomb that they want to start in a moment. They just try looking for persistence when every single day at 8 a.m. Submit the stealed AWS credentials to our GitHub repository. And that is completely allowed traffic in any kind of company, right? Pushing code to GitHub. Well, speaking about 5 steps, 5 type of entries in the company, the first one that everyone probably knows here, it's the malicious new release. That is the most common case right now. For example, there are ways to take control of the package and infect them with eval sentences, with SOAR, encoding, and concatenations, dividing the payloads in this case. They are following this pattern. There are 3, 4 tons of releases that are clean, but there is a new one that is with malware, and that's infected. That's it. It's not a big deal. And we are going to be infected because of this specific thing that is named semantic versioning. If anyone knows semantic versioning, please raise your hands. Perfect. If not, the semantic versioning is the way of saying to telling the software which specific versions are allowed or supported for our software. It's like a way of saying, for example, in this one, every single version above the 1.0.0 is going to be allowed for being installed for our software. And there are a lot of things in semantic version that is like 3 different ways to select specific versions, but we are talking about that later. The second way of entry in a company, it's social engineering. Just trying to send in a phishing email, sorry, and steal the account. For example, for the Shai Hulud, they steal the account from one guy that was maintaining a lot of packages, and they just infected a lot of them because they got the account. One single recommendation that everyone could tell you is enable the multi-factor authentication. But right now, it's not a big deal to bypass it. I actually bypassed it. A lot of this type of bypasses in my day-to-day basis with phishing. And well, actually, that's pretty easy how that works. You just steal the account, publish the malware in a new version, and that's it. It's pretty much similar with the previous one, but with a prerequisite that is compromise the account. There's a fourth one. It was released and was discovered with Named in 2021 by Alex Birsam when he was able to hack Microsoft, Apple, and I don't know where's the other one, and Tesla. And just by joking with Artifactory. I'm not saying that Artifactory is a bad tool. It's because the configurations that we could do that, it's causing a lot of problems. Let's say that companies have internal libraries, name it company-utils. That is a pretty well common pattern in companies. For example, they most likely platform engineers wants to add like an abstraction layer for SQL things, and they just want to make things easier for other developers. And they name it that type of functions for everyone in the company-utils. And the attacker can realize about it by doing OSINT, by doing reconnaissance in general in the internet. And for example, let's name it like a Tesla-utils. And Tesla-utils are using, for example, Artifactory. And they just have the private repository in their own servers. But the attacker realized that if they use the same name in a public repository like NPM, the way of working of NPM is that they are going to publish in a public repository a pretty higher version. For example, in the private repository, we could have the 1.4.5. And in the public repository, we're going to have the 999 version. Okay? The way of this is going to be resolved, it's if that is not being configured, well configured, this is going, the higher version is going to be chosen. Right now, by default, that's the way of working most likely every single Artifactory software. There are slightly improvements, well, important improvements in Artifactory. They are not working like that right now, but for example, AWS Artifactory, Code Artifactory are working like that. So it's a well-known use tool too. So that's the way of working in dependency resolution. And why having a private repository is not the solution right now? Because there could be also namespace squaring. It's just trying to put the name publicly and register it first publicly, as I mentioned before. And also, there's another thing that is making failures in these type of solutions, that is private registries, is like the version shadowing. Because if the name exists in both registries, the public and the private, the attacker just need to push a new one higher, and that's it. And it's going to be compared. And we're going to try to fix that, or I'm going to give you solutions, or specific solution for this later in the hardening section. There's the latest one. And the new one these days for AI is the slope squatting. There is a weird name, I know, but it's just AI hallucinations. When you ask a software on AI, please build a CMS for my Facebook, of all my social media accounts, please. And please use just Node.js, and I want to have passwordless authentication because I want to be secure, and use all the libraries as you want. If you use that type of prompt with old models like Sonnet 4.5, ChatGPT 3.5, if I'm not wrong, they make hallucinations with names. For example, I'm building like I'm vibe coding like a vulnerability manager for my company. It's an in-house thing, just for our process of vulnerability management, for consulting things. And when I ask for specific ways to maintain the data in the browser without losing it when the people are refreshing it, saving in local storage. For some reason, Cloud was using a weird library for local storage that wasn't allowing us to save properly the data. And when I just realized that it was working, I just asked, why did you use that library? And Cloud told me, I don't know, that I found that in internet and Reddit, and I started using it. And that's a bad thing, because right now when we are asking, for example, if in Google Chrome, we ask directly in the search bar, which library should I use for authentication right now? And Gemini right now is going to be fed for forums, for posts in internet, specifically for Reddit, for Stack Overflow, and other things. And they could be trained or infected in the training stage, but by specific posts that are malicious. So this could be another possible infection in the next years that I'm thinking of, but I didn't want to put it here because I don't have too much test for that. Well, those are the 5 way of entry in a company right now, because a dependency could be named in different ways and could be infected in that way. And there's a theme right now for specific versions of NPM before the 12.0.0 that was released in early July. I'm going to speak about it later in the next slide. But previously to that, there was like a specific command for NPM subcommand. There is the name post install. It was the most common one for specific things that they want to make, like telemetry things when we want to look for how many people are installing these type of libraries. They just make a post request and submitting a new one for statistics. And they was pretty easily, but this specific type of feature was making the supply chain attacks happen. And it's just the people doing npm install, and that is automatically running the post install scripts. And it was not a specific server or specific attack. It was just people doing what they want to do in the day-to-day basis. Non-root, non-sandbox, just your laptop or your server, and you're getting infected. Sorry, and yeah, and this is, well, when you are doing npm install, you are going to, well, before npm 12, as I said before, npm is going to execute every single post install script and every single dependency and transitive dependency of your software. So there were a lot of dependencies in your, if there was a lot of dependencies in your software, the probability of getting infected was bigger enough to just being infected by one package. And as I said before, in early July, there was like a new version of npm, the version 12.0.0. Right now we are in the version 12.0.2, if I'm not wrong. And right now, after a lot of time having this type of attacks, npm just said, okay, we'll start working like PnPN, like Boom, and other package managers, and Yarn, for example, too. And they allow this like a blacklist and allow list for dependencies and their post-install scripts. And the recommendation right now is to start looking at all dependencies and what kind of things you want to really execute as a post-install scripts or not. It's basically like that. And that's a really good news, because by default, we are not installing post-install scripts, and that specific post-install scripts are the ones that they're responsible for the infection in pretty much every single case of supply chain attacks, infections. And there are 5 reasons, because this is not just the end of the story, because it's not a hard failure, it's just on a soft skip, because you could use allow list, and you could say allow all, and that is going to be executed, all the scripts. And if we are being realistic, if you are like a DevOps engineer without too much time and you want to deploy the new version of this one, and you see a lot of warnings and probably errors, you're going to be, so okay, Google, you are going to Google it. How can I allow all the scripts without breaking my code? And Google is going to tell you allow scripts equal and all. That's it. You have the same problem because it's purely easy to bypass. And that's, as I mentioned before, allow scripts equal all, and that's going to be executing previous as the same as the previous. The third one is because, okay, let's say you made your homework. You start to looking at all the post-installed scripts and building your list, your specific list of the ones that you need really post-install. But you're trusting those dependencies, and it's most likely that you're not reviewing it periodically. So what happens if, for example, we trust left path dependency? We are pretty much sure that we should always run the post-installed scripts for left path library, and it gets infected later. So you could get infected too because you just allow that type of post-script installs. And the fourth one is because a lot of machines right now and servers are not running NPM 12. Why? Because it is not in the LTS version of Node.js. It is in the current version, it's like with the latest actualizations, updates. And we are running pretty much in every single server right now, NPM 11. And the last one, but not the least important, for the ones that could say, hey, I'm not working with NPM. What else? Well, you could also be doing this type of things with Python setup on the Pi for installing dependencies, or for Maven or Gradle plugins. Pretty much, you are importing models with side effects, could probably have side effects. As I mentioned before, what are the objectives for the people, for the attackers? Credential access. It's most likely that every single developer that have been using Azure, GCP, or AWS have a specific folder with credentials. Let's say permanent or long life access tokens, or the temporary access tokens. And also they want to access to the CI/CD token theft because they want to be the Jenkins instance, and they can create, delete, and use every single resource in AWS, for example, right? Source and IP because they can reach private repositories that are not public. Redundant, but yeah. And the persistence because previously they, for example, Windows machines or MacOS machines, when they get infected, the forensic things tell you that most likely every single attacker wants to use persistence, like scale task or that type of things for maintaining access. In this specific thing, they doesn't need like a specific malware for this. They just need like making a post request in a GitHub repository with these temporary credentials every single day at 8 p.m. or 10 p.m. after the developer authenticates again for their environment. And that's it. They could have access to every single instance in AWS if they get infected. And this is pretty difficult to realize just by analyzing the traffic, because it's just a post request to allow it well-known website, GitHub, GitLab, or any other. And well, the command and control is the latest one that I'm seeing right now because, well, most likely a lot of EDRs, AVs are stopping this type of attacks because they are not well developed. Like they're not putting too much effort in the payloads. They just want to steal things, not control things. And well, this is an example. What are the secret seeds? AWS credentials and config. Docker configurations, npm RCs files, Kubernetes files, pretty much every single configuration file that you could store in your machine. Well, let's say the live demo just to see what is happening right now. What is real about this one? It's a virtual machine trying to replicate developer environment, and it is just the credentials that you are going to see is just an example. It's not a real credential for just making sure about it. And this is working right now. We are having private registry with Verdacchio. We are trying to emulate it like a developer virtual machine. Like they are installing a new version, installing for example, if they are like a new trainee and they have to download the entire software to be deployed locally. And we are using Elastic Defend in a trial version. And we are seeing what is happening. Just let me show it. Here, I'm just trying to show you that the services for Elastic Defend are working. The bureaus and reputation are enabled. And we are just running the Trigger PS1. I'm just forward it. Here you can see the specific version of NPM that is 11.16. And it's installing like a telemetry SDK core just to telling, hey, in this moment, I use like a sliver payload that was encrypted with RSA and pretty much easily to detect for every single ADR software right now. It wasn't pretty difficult to do. Actually, I asked AI to do that. But the thing here is that it was stopped because we didn't receive any connection in the top of the screen. We didn't receive any connection in the sliver command and control server. But the second stage of this one is that, okay, I tried to establish the command and control connection, but I wasn't able to establish because the ADR stopped. But the ADR didn't stop and also didn't alert anything about the credential theft because they was just submitted like in a post request to my server. I'm trying to just being more easily to show this one. But yeah, those are example credentials. It's not like that. Well, just an example of what could be happening in a real world. People are putting a lot of effort in ADR solutions and type of things, but they are forgetting about their credentials can be theft for a single post request in a post install script. Let's go ahead because this is for detection. And well, AI as a defender. As I mentioned before, there are 1,000 of new packages versions every single day, every single month, type of things. And this is a perfect machine problem, but it's pretty terrible for humans because they could be deterministic in some points and classify them because that's how AI is working right now for some type of models. There's a word that is happening right now with vendors in general in the market that say that AI is protecting you. But I realize that there are 6 types of AI things in software from vendors right now. They are using static rules or regex things as pretty basic thing that everyone can do that. Could do that. Jara, SendGrep, or OpenGrep rules that it's most likely like heuristic things. Metadata heuristics, dynamic sandbox that are more advanced in this case because they are analyzing the traffic and seeing what is happening right now in that dependency. ML classifiers, and the latest one that we could see right now is an LLM diff review. Like they are checking one version before and one version with the latest and checking what is difference and trying to say, hey, this is dangerous or not. That's it. And that's why, for example, Elastic, the same vendor, released an open source tool that is good enough for diff check, but it has their limitations. The name is Supply Chain Monitor. It's very straightforward. And the limitation of this one that are documented in the repo, it's that it just watches a watch list. You have to configure it. It analyzes every single time sequentially, so you could have like a big amount of queue if your watch list is large enough. They could be overwhelming to review. And it depends on external agent of CLI for this one, like for Cursor in this example. And well, in this case, my advice for this one is just to put the critical dependencies ones. For example, authentication ones, logging, and that type of things. Just 3, 4, or 5 of them. They are going to be reviewed every single new version, and you could be having alerts of them. And there are a lot of other tools, like Datadog, Guardog. This is a really good one. I really recommend that tool. I've been using it in production with clients, and it's getting results very well. It's a combination of metadata heuristics and source heuristics. It is using similar rules, and it covers most likely every single important repositories or package managers. NPM, PyPy, Go, RubyGems, GitHub Actions, and Visual Studio Code extensions. It's pretty fine. And it's CI friendly, so it's pretty straightforward to deploy in GitHub Actions, for example. And the OpenSSF analysis, package analysis, that it's open source too. I didn't use it too much, but I have friends that are recommending it, so I want to mention it here. And if you want to look at for known vulnerabilities that are being published every single day, there is a tool from Google that it's updated every single day, every single week. They are well maintained. There is OSV scanner. That is pretty much like a vulnerability scanner for dependencies. It's pretty straightforward and pretty straightforward also to implement. And you have the links before too. I'm going to also publish the slides if you want. And also there is a build integrity step that wants to try to tell you, hey, you should always check your signatures from where are coming the dependencies. But let's say that the problem is also social engineering, because if you hack the maintainer, the owner of the dependency, the signature is not going to tell you anything, because the signature is going to be the same. You're hacking the owner. So it's good to have it, but at the same time, it's not. So let's try to answer the question. AI actually helps? The answer is yes. It's generally reduce the time for people to review these type of things that are ton of dependencies. But at the same time, you have to put a lot of effort in investigating what is the best decision for what is telling you in the AI. And you have to also have to be have in mind about the cost control, because the elements could be really expensive, and you have to be aware of that. And well, there are 5 layers that I want to recommend. Registry monitoring for diff reviews in every single new release. Behavior analysis, like Guardog, for example. Dependency scanning, OSV scanning for known vulnerabilities. Build integrity, SigStar is the one that you have to choose. And access and egress control is to try to adopt locked files. If you know locked files, you should be using locked files always. And well, speaking about hardening, instead of using npm install, please start using npm CI. It's better for replication, and it actually uses log files without crashing your software. If you are using npm 12, please build your packages, build your allowed list consciously and taking care of that. If you are not using npm, you have to do the same thing with Yarn, with pnpm, with Boom, with every single package manager. You have to pin versions in your log files or in your dependency files in general. Instead of doing the most over-permissive semantic versioning, please use specific versions with, for example, with signatures, and you are not going to have problems. But this gives you like another problem that you have to periodically update them, because what happens if you never update it? You're going to have a lot of vulnerabilities in your software with the time. And treat the manifest as a security change records, because a lot of people could tell you just hide your package JSON from a public website, but it's not well. It's not just like that. You have to hide other things. For example, the most critical thing, you have to hide your log files, because this is going to tell you actually what version are you using, and if they are going to be infected or not, if they are using specific versions or over-permission versions. Please start doing this. And your private registry have to be well configured. In this case, there are things that name it scope names, that is specifically for tell the Artifactory which type of repositories should use. In this case, most likely it's recommended to avoid the public ones and just the private ones. It's not always the same, like the best recommendation, but it works. And automate it, and it will not be happening after it. And if your team are using AI coding assistants, please start building skills and share with your team. For example, you could ask always, does it exist at all, or it was a name invented for the fifth wave entry? Is old enough, or it's well maintained, it has a lot of updates or not? And what is the download history? How many people are downloading, if popular enough or not? And that's it. I don't know if anyone have any questions. Thanks.
What role do you think private caches of public repositories have? When you were talking about LeftPad, I dealt with it 2 days after, because work was fine, because we had our cached copy of LeftPad serving all the whole time.
Could you repeat the question, please?
What do you think the private caches of public repositories, how that fits into the solution space?
It's part of the solution. Actually, having it configured by scopes, having the scope of the private cache, it's actually giving you more performance at the end of the installation, at the stage of the installation, sorry. And actually, it's working. But the problem with that is that you have to be care of the updating it, actually, or refreshing it is the word for that. So yeah, it's part of the solution. It's important enough to have it enabled. There are people that telling you probably that not, because what happens if in the remote case, the version that is cached, it's the malware, you're going to get infected every single time, even if you change the version in your different version, specific version in the log file. This is, well, yeah, it's worth enough, I think, but there are people that are saying that are pretty conscious, or what is the word for that? That doesn't like risk. They are telling you that it shouldn't be use it, but yeah, it depends on the people. Any other question? No? Well, many thanks. These are 3 advices that you could have, and have a good day, have a good weekend, and week, sorry, and let's enjoy BSides. Thank you.